Hello everybody and welcome back to an episode of Survival with Fix. We are going back to old school, baby, and you might be wondering, why am I wearing a jack-o'-lantern head? Well, because I forgot to put back my helm. So the last couple episodes have been absolutely mega, and I mean mega, and I mean mega. We built this enormous pirate cove, we built a huge space station in the end, and of course we built the amusement park, Main Street USA portion of it. And what are we going to do today? I just want to do something small. Honestly, I need to do something small. I got the flu, I got strep throat a couple days ago, about 4 or 5 days ago, and I was laid out. I mean, man, I felt rough, really rough. So I had a lot of time to just sit around and just think about things. And one of the things I thought about is YouTube. And what do I want from YouTube for right now? I don't mean forever and ever in a million years. I mean for right now. What is best for me for right now on YouTube? And I gotta tell you, I think just kind of being myself and talking to my friends, you all, everyone wants this video, talking to my YouTube friends is really important for me. And that's something that I want to do today. So I don't know if this is going to be like the way it's always going to be or whatever, but for today, I want to do something kind of small. I want to work on the castle. And does the castle have a name? It does, but I forgot it. Let me go find it right now. Oh yes, James Shaw says Castle Frostmire. Also, if you're trying to make the castle feel like an impenetrable fortress, possibly having a dry moat around it, and only having a drawbridge to get in, not unlike in real life. Yes, for sure. Also, building some sort of dungeon under the castle may be fun. Well, we do have quite the mountain for it, which, by the way, the mountain has a name. And don't forget the secret passages. This mountain's name is from another comment called Mountain. It's Hoth. Mountain Hoth, or Hoth Mountain. Because that was just such a brilliant comment. Since I already have a New Hope, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back theme going on, let's go ahead and name this officially Hoth Mountain, and that is Castle Frostmire. Oh, it's just such a cool name, such a great suggestion. So, what are we going to do with this whole thing? Well, we got a lot of stuff to work out. I do plan on having tons of little houses and stuff all around this area because I want to have a village within the walls. The walls are going to go basically right at this snow line, I think, the whole way around here. But I got to build the big buildings first. Oh, look at Steelport. Don't worry, babe. I'm going to get to you. I'm going to get to you soon now that I'm going to take a little break from these giant projects. I'll come over and add a factory soon. But not today. Today, I want to work on the dormitories for all of the students, because after all, Castle Frostmire is actually, it's a college. It's the college of all of my sort of advanced learners. These are the people who are going to propel us into the space age to allow our people here to fight against the evil AI Cal. Well, if they're going to do that, they need a place to study, and if they're going to study, then they need a place to actually live, and I don't want them to have to trek down to the city every single time they have to go to sleep. So we're going to build dormitories up here. These are sort of the buildings. This is like the administration building, if you will. This is where all the higher-ups live and teach and work and stuff like that. And this is the actual classrooms, which we have not done much about yet, but I will. But today we're going to do a big dormitory right in this same style. I need to check my stone and cobblestone wares because I don't think they're very good. Man, I gotta tell you, I don't really want to do a big terraforming project. I really, truly don't, especially for how much materials I have had to gather for the space station. But I think this mound right here has got to go. It's just kind of messing up my whole vibe here. Like, I want this dorm that I'm going to be building here to be not started this tall. I don't want to start way up there. I want to start down right about there. And then that way when the students walk out, they'll walk sort of up this way and go to class, right? So I think, really sadly, I think I'm going to have to bring a beacon over here, and I'm going to have to demolish at least a lot of this. And then, I guess what I'll do is, yeah, okay, I'm going to have to demolish a lot of this, and then I'll have to, I guess, reposition the snow after I'm ready to landscape. But that's not going to be for a while, because this dorm is going to have 4 wings, and it's probably going to be a little bit bigger than I have room for over there. So yeah, this has got to go. Well, let's do it. is a really cool and interesting shape for the dorms here. And, you know, they're not that big because this mountain it looks huge from like down there, but from up here, it's actually not that wide, you know? Like I basically used all of the room available here because you can see that's the edge of the mountain and that's the edge of the mountain. So yeah, it basically covers the whole thing. So what I decided to do is make a walkway that goes straight through the middle. That way, everyone who goes from over there, there's probably going to be some sort of like town marketplace, something like that, to here is just going to walk right through the building. So we're going to have 4 basic towers. And I just bit my tongue again. I do not understand why my teeth are like hyper focused on biting the crap out of the side of my tongue. It really hurts. I'm getting really mad about it. Anyway, you know, we're gonna walk through. It's gonna be a little bit of a pathway, a little bit of a road. Probably, I'm not sure what road situation we're gonna go with yet. We'll find that out later. But let's start with the towers and start to get the height. These areas here are gonna be sort of outdoor seating areas, like a little lower bit of patios. I just saw some concept art that I thought was really cool, so I tacked those on sort of later on. You know, even though this project is, you know, not that small, I mean, I'm building a giant big dormitory here, but it feels nice to do a small project. Like, it feels nice to know that when this is done, then this project is done, instead of, okay, this is one of the 27 things I want to build in this little like town or whatever. That I'm enjoying it quite a bit. So here's what we have so far. And I think it's a pretty good outline, pretty good shape. I'm leaving these rings, as I said, until probably nearly last, because they're going to be very near ground level. And that's going to be part of almost the landscaping, because that's going to be where people go in, have a little coffee, study their books, all that kind of stuff. But, oh, look, you can see the glass. Oh, isn't that cool? You can see the sun going through the glass of this building I'm standing on. That's really cool. So then I think, I'm not sure how much taller I want this roof to be. I don't think a lot taller. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure this is going to be basically, I'm going to do a peaked roof here, probably a fairly steep peaked roof, almost like a mythical sausage designed inspired roof where I have a lot of like little like Gothic spires coming up out of the roof. And then I think these towers are going to have to be taller because I want there to be a building in the center of this to house basically even more students, because I do want quite a few students here. I mean, look at the size of the buildings that we're building here. It would be ridiculous if there's like 12 beds, right? So we're going to have quite a few students here, and I'm going to signify the amount of students by the amount of beds here. So I got to kind of figure out how many I can fit in. Multiple floors, of course, but you know, I would have a bunch, maybe like 100, you know, something like that. That would be kind of cool. So the next thing I think I'm gonna have to do is build these towers up, and I'm gonna take inspiration from the towers that I already did over here. Which towers were they? Yeah, these towers right here. So I'm gonna take inspiration from these towers and sort of go over there. You know, I don't love well, no, it's cool. It's just the reflection makes these look almost like white, but it's just because the way the sun's coming. Like if you go around this side, then it looks totally fine. It's weird. I'm talking about the dark prismarine block. Anyway, yeah, so I'm going to take inspiration from these towers. Not exactly the same, but same basic idea where I bring in the white terracotta and probably use some of this design. And then I'm going to do the same thing here, except for these, instead of being square, are going to be circular a little bit. Not totally, but basically circular. Once I get these built up, I can connect a wall and then work on the roof. And I think this is where I'm going to bring in more of this accent block, this deep slate, because I've only used the deep slate here, and I plan on deep slate as being a pretty major accent for this entire place. So I need to use deep slate here in a big way. Time to sleep. I got a couple towers up and think they look pretty darn nice. Now this area here is going to all be filled in. I just haven't quite decided exactly how I want to fill it in. Well, with a little bit of a different design for the wall, but also, you know, bringing in some of the stuff that we did up there. I think it's okay. It's very plain for now. I'm going to add in a bunch of, you know, window boxes and all that kind of stuff. Because after all, this is not really a castle. It is a university inspired by a castle, right? So it's going to be pretty nice. I don't want this to be like absolute, you know, fortifications and all that kind of stuff, right? Ooh, look down there. That's kind of cool, right? How the torches melt that exact symmetrical pattern is kind of neat. So what are we doing next? Well, I think the next idea is I want to know how high up this needs to go in order to contain this roof over here. So I think I need to probably design the roof shape for these sides here. Now, I think this is going to be a dark oak roof. I'm pretty confident that that's how I'm going to do it. I haven't totally decided, but I think I'm going to go with like a stone and stone brick trim like this, and then a dark oak roof. So I'm going to run these sort of things up, and I want it to kind of go like a little bit sloped like this, like So we're going to go like stair, slab, maybe stair, then block stair, and then block stair, and then block stair, right? And that should get us close to the middle, but I'll have to experiment with one of them to figure out, it's kind of wide. So maybe we'll have to go slab, block, then get in the stairs, something like that. But I'll work that out. But either way, we're going to have this overhang area here because I'm probably going to do some dressing sort of stuff down in the bottom, and I need to make sure that works. I did do a little bit of overhang here for interest's sake. Probably end up doing some reinforcements or something there just to make it so it's not just a big flat wall. I think it's a little bit more interesting there. Okay, well, let's work out a shape of this roof that we can all live with. There is a lot to report. Hank has continued building the new space station, but he's used all the materials he has access to. Needing to find a solution, Edwin found an ancient tome telling of specific nexus points in this world. If we manage to find one, we could send stuff through from here to Hank on the moon. Well, we found one. It was a long and exhausting search, but eventually we found this very old structure deep underground. We've taken it to calling it a stronghold. Inside was a portal, and sure enough, it connects from there straight to the moon, or well, rather where the moon used to be before Hank blew it up. Hank has mined all that was left of the moon, and now in its place is a growing space station that I hope one day will actually construct our Cal defense fleet. However, for now, Hank continues to work alone as there is no atmosphere for us to breathe, and even so, I have no idea if this portal system from the Nexus Point would actually get us there alive. Well, you know how I like to accomplish more than one thing at a time when I can, and I need a lot of dark oak. And I'm going to use a lot of dark oak in this castle in general. So I have some from clearing the island over here in the Fixxiverse amusement park, but I'm going to need a lot more. I thought, well, what the heck? Let's just spend a little bit of time clearing out the next section of this park that's going to happen down the road eventually, called Fantasyland, I think, probably. It's going to be this dark oak forest. So I got to get rid of all of these trees, and I need the wood anyway, so hey, yeah, all right. I brought some shulkers. Let's fill these up with some dark oak and then move on with our build. And zoom. Hey, what do you think, huh? I made my own sound effects with my voice that time. So I think it's coming along. This is starting to look like a really nice sort of house. I really am happy that I brought in dark oak. I had originally thought I was going to use deep slate because I know I talked about it. So I'm going to use deep slate. I literally forgot that I said that, and then I started doing this, and halfway through I was like, oh, but no, this is great. This is actually going to be way better. Deep slate would have been good, but yeah, no, this is going to be really good. I'm super happy about this. I think that I am ready to move on to sort of the detailing portion of the build. I really like how far it's come, and I want to start adding in some greenery. I have been thinking about the tops of these towers, and I'd go with spires or something. I think it might be nicer to bring in some little plants, because I really like how I have them up here a lot. I just think having those trees up there, also because they're kind of small, really, but they're going to look like maybe they're actually big trees that are just really high up. It's going to help with the scale situation, but I really like the tree. I like the combination of leaves and everything. I'm just going to copy these exact trees over on those tops of those towers. The other thing I want to think about, though, I do want to think about like flower boxes and stuff like that. And I think like maybe right right here would be a really nice place to put flower boxes, like on this, maybe window flower box 3, maybe it won't fit. And then over here, since I was going to do a circular window here, but the more I looked at it, I was like, that's not going to be very big. So I thought I'll just do it above. And then I made one that's also not very big. So it's like the same, but it's all right. I think it's going to be cool. We're going to put some stained glass in there and just make that look really really, really cool. I already put in the very tall windows there just for a little bit of ornamentation. And yeah, I think this is beginning to look really cool. These things need some spiky spires and all that kind of stuff. Then I got to come down here and worry about all this stuff. But one thing at a time, let's start adding in some flowers, some vegetation, some trees, all that kind of stuff. The outside of this build is finally, I don't know, kind of done-ish, I guess. I mean, I could always add more. That's the whole thing of this, sort of this style in particular, is you can always add more, right? But, you know, I have windows in, I got some detail and all that kind of stuff, and I'll probably bring in some wood at some point here just to break up the wall of gray. But I have a bigger and more pressing problem that I need to deal with, and that's first, this is so dark, and secondly, yeah, that's just completely barren. There's nothing at all up here. Now, there's good news, though, because I do want this to have a really high walkthrough, because, again, this is how you're going to get from this part of the castle over to that. You're going to actually walk under it and through this building, which is actually something I just kind of realized I did over there, too, but that's all right. So you're going to walk through, and then to get up there, I don't want to have big stairs or anything like that here. So luckily, this roof is tall enough that if you go up here, you're going to be able to get over across that way and into this sort of main sanctuary where there's just going to be a lot more people living. This whole thing is just a dorm. So my plan is, let's put in seating for like studying and eating and all that kind of stuff here for the students. This will all be eating area and studying and whatever, you know, picnic tables basically. And then we'll have stairs that are going to go up maybe in these towers. That might be the best way, since students, there's going to be a lot of students in between classes going up and down, all that kind of stuff for going to their room or whatever. It might not be a bad idea to have maybe one of these on either side stairs. I think that could probably work. That's going to be a big headache to build, but I think it's probably going to be worth it. I did some building, and I'm coming to the conclusion that I'm not going to do all the interiors, all the rooms here. You know, maybe eventually I will. But if you walk up the stairs, there's only one staircase that goes up, and I think that's enough probably, right? So you just go up this one little staircase, and that'll take you up into the second floor where everything's going to basically connect into all the rooms for all the students. And we're going to pack these students in like sardines. So you go up here, and there's all the rooms. We don't need to look inside. They're fully furnished. There they are. There. You go up here and you check out, there's even more rooms up here, a hallway, and then there's actually another floor with even more room. So I feel like that's probably enough. I mean, that's a lot of rooms, and say we can get like maybe 4 or 5 students per room, right? Because like, you know, these students are there not to like have luxury and giant, awesome, epic rooms. They're there to study and learn how to save the world from the evil AI cow, right? That's kind of the whole deal. So I'm not going to touch this area either, because this area is going to wait until we do the landscaping from outside. You know, I need to figure out what kind of roads we're going to do, all that kind of stuff, because this is going to be a road that's going to go right through here. I hung these down nice and low because I want to make sure that this one is a lot different than that one, since they're both sort of walk under sort of deals. And I think that this these really low hanging chandeliers are really going to help. Now, the one thing I am going to do is I'm going to finish these 2 rooms. I'm going to do them fairly basic. Basically, I'm just going to bring up some sort of supports, throw on a roof, and then these are going to be just seating areas with long picnic tables. So this should only take a couple minutes to do. Let me knock that out, and then, man, we're closing in on the end of this build. I think that's it for the student dorms. I like it. I might come in later on and do some more, but I think I'm going to really need to wait until I get the road done and the landscaping and all that kind of stuff. In addition, there's 2 sort of semicircles out front, and I think I'm going to wait on that for landscaping too, because I just don't have a great plan yet, but I have an idea. It's time for the question or comment of the day, and I asked a few episodes ago, hey, I need some ideas for the religion of the people who lived in New Hope before Steve Tepe got here, and boy, oh boy, there were some really great suggestions, and one of them just sort of took the cake. One was like, okay, all these other suggestions are good, but this one is ridiculously amazing, and this is by Unmail Black, and I want to say, hello Fixxitt, huge fan of your work. I wanted to give my idea of gods too in hopes of helping you create the lore of this world. I hope it will be helpful in some way. My goodness, is it helpful? So it's so helpful that what I did was I was just going to like read it to you, but it's so in depth. Let me show you. I put it in a book, And if you look at this, the fifth child, this is just, I won't read all of them. If you want to grab a world download, you want to read about the 6 god children in addition to the 2 god like parents, then you can. This is just one. The 5th god, the goddess of nightly dew, Rus. The quiet one, small goddess, the whisperer. There's not much myths about Rus. Now, I copied this cut and paste exactly because I didn't want to like put in my own words. I just wanted to copy it exactly as the comment was. She is a mysterious character, quiet and lonely. In most myths, we could find people who call her sister. It is said that she was always close to people, keeping them company. In every myth, there is someone sitting alone with her, then she whispers something. Then they stand up in a different directions, completely changed. It's interesting, right? But you can read this all. There's 3 more pages. Pause if you want to and read it. But yeah, it's freaking amazing. I'm super into this. So I'm going to set up lecterns with all of these over the 6 areas here for the godchildren. And then later on, we'll get to the godparents down the road a bit. But yeah, I just kind of forgot that this is an entrance. I'll figure that out, but we'll get to it. Regardless, though, I think that is going to do it for me today, man. Would you look at the way this castle is turning out? Oh, it's going to be so good. I can't wait to get into landscaping and all that kind of stuff. I did it, work out these little rooms here. There's still plenty of stuff that's not done, like in here, and we'll get to some more of those stuff, especially after I get the landscaping out here done. Then I'll know more of like what I need to have in these rooms to make that kind of make sense. This is good, though. I feel really good about adding in this building. I really like it. It's been fun to get back to Castle Frostmire. Oh my goodness, I almost forgot the name. Castle Frostmire. And again, thank you for that absolutely amazing comment of the day. And everyone else who commented, really great comments. But yeah, wow, that's a lot of lore. You guys got to grab the world download when it pops out, and I will put that out. I'll probably put that on 4,000 days, and I'm going to get a Bedrock version as well. I know people would really like that. So there will be both Java and Bedrock version around 4,000 days. Wait, we're past that. I mean 5,000 days. We're around 5,000 days, and you can check it out. Okay? All right. That's it. We'll see you next time. Everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Survival with Fix. Well, today is a day to take a deep breath. I have been working really hard on a lot of these huge, enormous builds between Booty Bay and the space station and the Fixxiverse amusement park and even Frostmire Castle. But now it's time to take a deep breath collectively and make some plans for the future and just chat about what's going on and how we're going to go from here on out. One thing that I really need is I need a map room, and I think this office is so beautiful and so perfect. I mean, I really love it, even though it's fairly simple. It's, not a lot to see here, but just the reflection off the quartz and the whole bit is just perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up little maps of each of the areas that we're currently working on here, and then project boards for each area, so we can go walk over and say, hey, today let's go work on this, or let's go work on this, or this, or whatever. That'll be a nice place to start, and we can sort of fill out Steve Tepek's office after all. So I went through the rather painful experience of mapping out all of the cities that we're currently working in. These are not nearly all of the cities in our area, in our entire world here, but you got the space station here, Baron Hank. Hank got himself a Baronship. Maybe, I don't know. The Fixxiverse, no Baron yet, but this is going to be something that we continue to work on. Over here, Booty Bay, which is not really part of this kingdom as far as the lore goes, but it may be something that we continue to expand upon. I'd like the pirates to be a bit of a force for the dark side here, so they may need a little bit more power, maybe some more ships and things like that. But come around here in the back, you see New Hope, which is, of course, the Breath is in charge of New Hope. This is my medieval city. And then you walk all the way over here, and we're going to make these look a lot better, but I'm going to be using these signs as kind of boards because we get the ability to edit signs in 1.20. Over here is Frostmire Castle, which is on Hoth Mountain. It's a university and needs a baron as well, so we're going to have to get someone in charge of that. The one area, then this is, of course, Steelport with Steve Tepek, Industrial City. The one area that we can't, unfortunately, really map out is Perseverance, the underground ancient city, because you can't map underground, sadly. So I might just, I don't know. Who knows? We'll do something about that later. And then all the little hamlets and things like that aren't mapped out. We might do a little bit of a map wall where we just have like one map per maybe a zoomed out map per area. But this way, whenever we edit stuff, we can take out these maps and we can sort of refresh them and see all the progress. I think that's really a really cool thing. So I have this document thing on my phone, which is a kind of a to-do list. And this is where I put, anytime I'm just like, out with my kids and I think, oh, you know what I should build in Steelport? I should build a flower factory, which is actually something I want to build. That was from a comment, which is really great. You should do a flower factory. I'm totally going to. That's a great comment. So what we'll do is we'll just come over here on the Steelport and put a flower factory. So then whenever I'm thinking, oh, what should I build next? I can just come over here to Steelport and see what I'm feeling, flower factory or whatever. And whenever I'm done, I can edit the sign in 1.20 and that's going to be so great. And then I'll know, okay, now that's off the board. What else are we going to do? Still have one more. I haven't decided exactly what I want to put there, which area. I don't know. I don't know. I think this is probably going to be all we work on for a little while between the castle, the space station, and the theme park are going to be our main sort of things. And then eventually I do want to work more on New Hope and expansion to New Hope in sort of a different side. Regardless, let's figure out what we're going to do next. Okay, I just put down some of the things I want to build here, more in some areas than others, but I think it's a good start, and we have so many things to build. I mean, you can pause the video if you want to see all the stuff that I've planned, but again, this is like, I don't know, maybe 10% of my list on my phone. It's pretty serious, but I think these boards are good for right now. Let's head back outside. Well, we are officially on day 4242. I guess that's Jackie Robinson Day doubled, and we're gonna have to cut down some more spruce because no matter what I do, I can't quite have enough. I keep cutting it down, and oh my goodness, it is a huge party out here. Okay, all right, it's the Monster Mash officially. Look at this! Look at this! Look how many! And these guys are killing each other. Holy, I might die. Let's hide. Anyway, like I was saying before the super intense combat phase there, okay, so I've been working on the beginnings of this flour mill, and that's such a great idea in the comments, and it's something I do want to try to do a little bit more now that I'm going to kind of go back to doing bite-sized episodes, a little bit smaller episodes, where I can actually just do kind of like, requests and ideas that people may have and things like that, rather than think, okay, I got to do a whole kingdom or whatever. So since I'm going to do kind of smaller builds for a little bit, smaller, I'm building a giant factory, but you know what I mean, like not a whole kingdom type of builds, then, keep the requests coming or the ideas flowing in the comments, because that's where I'm really getting a lot of inspiration from. That and also Discord. Speaking of Discord, I just put last night, very late, I put down, a request that said, hey, anyone who's ever wanted to name anything in this world, here's your chance. So if you've ever wanted to name a mountain or whatever, have something named after you, this is your chance. Put it down in Discord. So if you're not in my Discord, you have a chance. I'm not sure if this episode is going to go out before that's kind of close, but we can always do it later too. So if you ever want to name something, put it down in Discord. Say, hey, I want to name this, blah, blah, blah. And if it's not named, then what I'll do is not only will I say, yeah, okay, it's officially named that, but I'll actually put a sign in world calling it that. That way, when you grab a world download, you can say, hey, check it out. It's my mountain, or it's my tree, or it's my, factory, whatever. I'd like to have a lot more stuff from y'all in this world. And I thought about doing a few different things. I thought about doing maybe, houses or things like that. But I really think I'd kind of rather leave it up to you. Anything that's already built and that's not already named, of course. And look, I may have to change the name to be a little bit more immersive. You can't call it like floating yellow ducky bridge or something like that. That would be a little bit ridiculous. So, come up with a name that's going to fit. And if it fits, then I'll name it. Okay. So cool. So leave it in Discord or a comment in this video, and I will do that for a future video. Okay. I have so many things that I want to just do. Everywhere I go and everywhere I think, oh, I got to get this done. Oh, I should do that. Oh, this would be cool. Oh, this would look good. I just think that all the time. One of the things is I need a mending book because I went to go harvest clay, and honestly, I've got to come up with a really, really like sweet kick butt like end game clay farm, because the little bitty clay farm they have right now is just not nearly enough. I need like economy size clay farm combined with like an automatic mud farm or something. So someone's got to point me towards a tutorial where I can sort of accomplish more than one thing. But yeah, I came over here to grab a mending book, and I'm just going to throw this stuff in storage for right now because I did take all the copper I can find. I've been going through copper between the amusement park and the space station. I've been going through copper like absolute crazy. But I have this shovel, which is my fortune shovel, and I use that to get either flint or clay balls or anything I don't want to use silk touch, because obviously, so that doesn't really help. So in this particular case, so I'll just do that right there. Why don't we name this guy? It's going to cost me a level, but who cares? Because it's going to have mending now. We'll call it Fort Spade. How about that? Fort Spade. Okay. All right, cool. So now what I need to do is I need to turn all of this into clay balls and smelt it all. So I'm headed back to Steelport to get a lot of smelting done. Let's take a look at some progress here as my kids are playing some very serious and intense Teen Titans Go on their tablets against each other right now. So if you hear some screaming from the background, well, you can guess one of them probably just got defeated. Anyway, so I got this basically roof roughed in. I think it's pretty nice. Very simple, very sort of industrial looking. Clearly, I'm missing some walls. I got to do that next. I just grabbed some granite and brick now for that. And I am going to continue trying to make this look somewhat like that flower factory that I showed you. You know, it won't be absolutely exact, but yeah, probably this side needs a little bit of help too. We'll just do some roughing. I may actually not do windows on this side. You know, I tend to do windows on everything because it just adds interest and stuff like that. And there's a lot of windows over here, obviously. But if you really look at the buildings, particularly some of these older buildings that I'm looking at right now to find some of this concept art or actual pictures, there are not that many windows on a lot of sides of buildings. You know, it just didn't make sense. It was an extra expense, and I imagined that they could then actually utilize the space a little bit better. So what we're going to be doing is probably just doing a very flat wall here, and I don't want to even do a gradient or anything. We're just going to have a flat wall, and then I'll see if I need a little bit of help or something. Maybe we'll do something on the exterior too. The one thing that I might end up doing is adding in some walls for some interest, like maybe doing something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then starting like here, maybe do some walls, you know, something like this, and then walls for like 3. That'll just give a little bit of an indentation. I did that a little bit over here, and I actually do think it does help. Like it's not super obvious, but it's enough. And since we have both granite and brick walls, it does actually work. So I'm going to get working on the sides of these, and then I want to work on the silos next. But one thing that I can't forget, and actually I did forget, is I need to clear up my iron over there, because I'm going to be building these silos probably, and I haven't tested this yet, so it might look like poop and you may never see it, but I'm going to be building these silos out of actual iron blocks. So I need to make sure that these are running and not backed up. I bet that they're very full right now. Edwin sent me a book, and I am completely obsessed reading it. As it turns out, the Abon Society is older than we even thought. In fact, they've separated the world's history into what roughly translates from Abonic to ages. It's some real Tolkien stuff. According to the Abon, this is the 4th age, and I guess that's fitting, given everything in Abon culture comes in sets of 4. And if we don't succeed in stopping Cal, this will be the last age of this world. It's impossible to tell dates yet or how long each age has lasted, but Dr. Pickett has been looking into it a bit, and she suggests each age is, of course, 4,000 years. Thus, the staggering implication that Abon written history on this planet goes back nearly 16,000 years. That's so much more written history than we had on original Earth. There is so much more to learn about this place. This is bizarre. I mean, it's been a long time that this has just been open to the air. It's really weird to see this all sort of in. I really like it. I really love how many windows I went with just to go all in on the windows. And yeah, it looks really good. I have another idea that I want to do over here before I get to the silos. And that's going to be make an area where the sort of exports and imports can come in here. So I'm going to bring this road right over to there. Imagining that maybe, well, I don't think we have trucks yet in this world, but like maybe, you know, carriages and such could back right up and unload or load in or whatever into the flour mill there, even though this is technically just a wheat farm, you know, we're pretending. So I'm gonna get some blackstone and sort of just do like maybe a loop-to-loop. Maybe I'll come in here and turn around and come back over here. That way they don't have to back up. That'd be really nice. And plus I already have this sort of extension right here. Yeah, that'd be really great. We'll do that for sure. Oh, it's a rainy day in the world, and I've done a bunch of work here, including getting this area up to the very top, and then making an outside walkway up to where the silos are getting filled. So you walk up this little area, there's a little bit of a catwalk here. I think this looks really nice using this gray glass I have that's just so good. It looks like a steel grate. I think it's nice. And then these are going to be sort of where the grain is loaded, and then it will be distributed down into the silos, or maybe the other way around, conveyor belt. I don't really remember exactly how this works. Anyway, regardless, we have these nice little like overhead things that are going to transport the grain one way or the other, and I think that's pretty nice. I definitely want to make these suspended somehow. I haven't yet figured out exactly how to do it, but the catwalk up in the top really adds a lot. And just overall, like, just, you know, finally having something to cover these two farms, which have been here for a really long time, is really helpful. Like, I think those silos work really well. I was thinking about making a couple of them different height, but I like the way it is. I like that you can see that there's clearly 4 of them there, iron blocks and some white concrete, and just the whole thing just really looks nice. And I think the top is cool. I think it's this one needs to still be filled in. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting really close to on this build, and I'm really excited that I think almost all the farms in Steelport are actually covered with buildings. Look at what a difference this makes. It's really dramatic, right? Definitely, I think so. Oh, I love this. So the next thing I got to add those letters up on the top. I went and got a bunch of quartz and also gold nuggets and everything else while I was in the nether. But you see those lava letters right there? That's right. I'm going to do a similar sort of thing, maybe a little smaller, over on the flour mill. I think what we're going to do is maybe put Steelport on one side and flour mill on the other. Oh, it's just going to be just a glorious thing, totally in the style. I think we are officially done with this build, and man, I love it. It feels very industrial. I love the words on top. I built this little area over here because I wanted to bring in some color on the side of the silos, so I brought this little area where you can walk up here, and then some wheat to show, hey, that's the, you know, flour, wheat, the farm. and then, yeah, it's something to walk under, which, as you know, if you've been on the channel for a long time, you know I love to walk under. Oops. I forgot that. Okay, I'll have to fix that later. But yeah, you just get the feeling of like we're in a big city. This is kind of an alley. Yeah, love it. It's still a little bit of work to do out here on the front, but I'm gonna wait to do this because I don't know what building's gonna go over here. So I'll wait till we do a building over here and then address this. But yeah, it's super cool. Might end up putting a sign over here or something like that. Maybe like a pixel art sign or something. If I could find one that's only like 7 blocks maybe at max, though, because I wouldn't want to hang like the whole way over here. There's gonna be a tree here in the middle, so something. But regardless, you know what, we have a nice new factory, and finally all the farms, I think, except for maybe the moss farm, I think that's the only one I can think of, are all sort of closed in. I love Steelport. What a fun town. We'll see you all next episode right here from Survival with Fix. Bye everybody. And welcome back to the Fixxiverse theme park. Oh man, would you look at this place? I am so excited, and I'm really excited because you see that area right there, that big blank area? that's what we're working on today. I'm going to go ahead and do the castle. I don't know if we'll get like the full thing done. I don't really know exactly how far we're going to be going today, but I definitely want to have this castle done because that's going to be sort of the gateway to all these different lands that I want to do. Like over that way, we're going to do a fantasy land. Over that way, we're going to do something else. And then over this way, we're going to do like an animal kingdom sort of thing. So we're going to have at least 4 total lands, 5 if you include the castle as its own sort of thing. But yeah, I'm very, very, very psyched about it, and it's going to be just absolutely great. The first thing I have to do, though, however, unfortunately, is just fill in this area here. I'm not gonna, I don't need to fill it in because I will be landscaping around the castle, but it's a lot easier to build if you have a platform and not just empty space. So I'm going to go ahead and go get a bunch of grass and dirt and stuff over from there because I do want to flatten out this upcoming animal kingdom a bit. So I'm going to get a whole bunch of grass and dirt. I also had spent a lot of time getting stone and some diorite. Not as much as I wish I had, but a lot of stone over in Gabor. So I'm kind of ready for some building. I'm really good as far as materials go for right now. I'm going to be building this castle out of at least the outer parts, probably stone brick sort of thing, and then maybe the inner parts out of diorite, really borrowing heavily from the Disney castle. I don't know. I'm not going to exactly copy the Disney castle, but I'm probably going to be heavily inspired by, because I mean, frankly, I am heavily inspired by it. That was sort of, going there was kind of the beginning of deciding that I wanted to do this theme park. My goodness. Okay, let's get this down. Okay, I gotta go get grass and fill this in, and then we're gonna officially get started building. So the castle rises, and it's, it's looking pretty good here, I think. I really, I like the outline. I really am glad that it's not like a symmetrical castle. I think that would just be a little bit gross. I don't want that here. I want that to be just kind of fit the landscape that I built, It's nice. I think that as people walk over here and they're going to walk up the stairs to go inside the castle, I think there's going to be a ride inside the castle. I haven't totally decided yet, but this is going to be probably like the queue for the ride in here, which will go down probably underground. It'll probably be like a minecart underground ride, but they can come up here. Maybe we'll have a castle restaurant up in the second floor, something like that. But yeah, I think it's good. So you got the main gates. I have these towers. This tower, I forgot to put the little overhang thing. The next thing I'm going to do is do little, probably like diorite, I don't know what you call them, like diorite expansions or something, like where the towers get a little bit bigger. It's just not a lot, but maybe only like 5 or 6 blocks on each one. So each one will bring in just a little splash of white here, and then we'll bring it in again and go up even higher for then the eventual spire roof. I think that'll work really well. I did forget this, so I got to do this part next. Now, I got these things sort of expanded out one more area here, just so the beginning of the first part of the roof can come up from here, because I want the roof to overhang a little bit. But I've been working on exactly what I want to do about this, because I haven't yet decided. Do I want a gradient, or do I want to just go straight colors? I don't know for sure which one I want, although I'm leaning on a slight gradient, but not that much. Like, I'm thinking maybe we'll just do cyan wool, cyan concrete, and then up on the top, light blue and concrete and wool, and then maybe some of those warped blocks, like the warp mushroom, fungus, nylium, something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Those warp blocks, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to go crazy with the gradient because I just don't want to blow it, So I think we're going to do that. That being said, I need now to have a giant cyan and sheep farm, a wool farm, cyan and light blue farm, because I'm not going to want to get white and then dye it, right? So yeah, this is my cyan. I think this is going to be nice. Let's just grab one of these and one of these. I think it'll be a slight gradient and not too much of a gradient. Like, we'll just go there and there with the concrete on either one. I think that's going to work. I think it's going to work. I think it'll be slight and not too bad. Should work really, really, really well. I did play around with maybe using this in the middle, maybe, but I mean, I could. It's pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap, and it would mean that would need less wool, which would actually be really nice. So I don't think so though, because the other castle that we have is using a lot of the prismarine stuff. So let's not. Let's just stick with what we got here: the cyan wool in concrete, light blue wool in concrete, and then maybe that warp block in the middle. Which I know, yeah, I did actually use that in the other castle as well. But I think it's gonna be okay. that'll be all right. Now, what I need to do, though, is I need to go find a bunch of sheep. Oh, good. I have 4 wheat. That'll really get me started. And I need to make a sheep farm. So what we're actually going to do is I'm going to make a sheep farm here in the animal kingdom, because this will be where you come if you want either light blue or cyan sheep. And look at that. Look what we got right over here. We got a couple sheep just waiting to be all penned up in their new forever home. So let's cut down a couple of these trees and make a pen for these sheep and probably move them to, like, I want them to be able to eat the whole time I'm doing stuff here. So maybe just on this little island where they already are, that could actually work out really well. I just returned from Steelport with a whole bunch of wheat, and that's why I had to go over there, because I want to breed up these guys. I want them to just be constantly going. Unfortunately, though, you got to wait like 5 minutes between breed jobs. So while I'm waiting for these guys, oh, look over there. You can see the castle is starting to rise. Oh, man, it's going to be so nice. So I want to work on the wall, and what I want to do with the wall is actually this. I'm going to expand the wall from 1 block deep, which it is right now, into 3 blocks deep by just adding some random stairs. Like, see how it's not a pattern? I think that's going to be a better look to really just give it like a bit of a built by human hands and not just by like a computer or a generator program, right? Something like that. So we'll just do like 1, sometimes 2, sometimes 3 blocks down, just that kind of stuff. And fill in all of this around here, and then we'll pile diorite up in this level to bring some of that white down to here. Only probably 3 blocks tall, because I don't want to bleed into that. I want it to be lower than this for sure, and then this will just have a nice little roof once we get, well, a lot of that wool and concrete powder all set up. Well, I did a live stream just for like an hour and a half the other night, and last night, not the other night, and I have been working on this cactus farm, and after the live stream, I just put on an audiobook and just needed to like decompress a little bit, and I did a little bit more grind. So I have some layers. I'm doing two cactus farms. I'm thinking what I'm going to do is maybe have one that goes straight into like a composter for bone meal, because these are going to go up probably all the way, so they're going to be producing a ton of cactus, and maybe the other one, I'll have just save a lot of cactus. That way I'll have tons of green dye, more green dye than I'll ever really need. And also, hopefully, a bunch of bone meal just whenever I'm here working on the space station. So, quite honestly, they're already probably enough for the amount of cyan dye that I need, because each cactus that I get is going to give me essentially 2 cyan dye once I combine it with a blue dye. And I have lots of lapis over the history of this world. I've done a lot of mining, so I should be good there. Even just the amount of cactus I have on me, which I've just been basically just getting the cactus as I do like a couple layers, then I'll just go and get all the cactus that this has produced. So it's very fast. I've not AFK'd here really at all outside of the first couple minutes when I just need to sort of get the first couple cactus. So yeah, things are going really well. I don't know how many more layers I'm going to do. I'm really considering going up all the way, or at least to maybe the top of this glass, because this glass is the ender. So this is where you're going to be standing. So I definitely want to make this all glassed in. So when you're standing in the ender, okay, there we go. We'll fall down. When you're standing in the ender, you'll be able to see over here and think, oh, look, that's cool. There's a giant cactus farm there. Looks pretty sweet. I think so anyway.
Well, that is an absolute ton of deep slate. I hope Hank doesn't need more for a while. The caravan's going to be delayed a week or more while we work on the road.
From my last conversation with him, I believe this should do for a while. But I'll check in on my way back to Gabor.
Are you headed back now?
Soon, but I have something I need to attend to first.
Anything I can help with?
Thank you, but no. Go ahead back, and I'll be along shortly.
All right, then. I'll see you soon.
Be safe, Doctor. Hello.
Edwin, you felt me?
I knew there was something from the first time we discovered this place. I thought you were banished from our world.
I am, but there is something about this nexus point. I can exist here, from time to time.
So the rest of our world is still hidden from you?
Completely. How is everything progressing?
It's mostly good. We've started work on a space station and bringing in a lot more recruits thanks to what Steve is calling a theme park.
Good, Edwin. I need to show you something. Cal has ended more worlds. These worlds are gone, Edwin. You must hurry.
I need to tell you about Mr. Grady. Something is happening.
Had a hard time recording here. I still use Streamlabs OBS. It's called something else now. Streamlabs desktop here. I never really switched off whenever basically everyone else did, just because I had a system that worked for me. But recently, the last 10 clips or so that I've tried to record have not stopped recording, so I've had to like force close. So I'm not sure what's going on. If you're hearing this, I guess it's fixed, but I just had to do a big reboot and all that kind of stuff. So I made it back with a bunch of warped wart block, and I have a decent amount of concrete saved, and also I have a lot of wool saved. This is just my overflow wool, so I have like a double chest of wool as well. So hopefully I have enough to actually get started here. It's gonna be nice to have this extra warped wood. I mean, what the heck, that's nice to have. So I think it's time that we're probably gonna hop into probably a time lapse, I guess. I guess we'll just come up here, do a time lapse, and start working on that. Oh yeah, I lowered render distance because I was rendering while I was trying to record a little clip. Okay, so we're gonna get working on the castle here. Let's see how much we can get done with the amount of materials that I have prepared now. Oh man, this is just gonna be so good. It's just gonna be so good. I'm so excited to get this thing knocked out. Although this little project is taking a long time. I guess I am building a whole castle, even if it's just kind of a castle facade, because I'm not gonna be doing any of the insides, not even room divisions or anything, because it's all gonna be a ride, and we'll do that another day. The only thing I'm a little bit nervous about is how thin this thing right here, like the inner building is, because this isn't going to be an open courtyard. There's going to be a sort of a taller inner building part, and I'm a little nervous about how thin this is going to be. I can't do anything about it now. It is what it is, as they say, but I'm just going to, I'm just going to have to go with it and just maybe be a little bit creative on how I build it. The next thing that I want to do, though, is I brought these diorite stairs, because I'm going to be going around here for a little bit of trip. So I'll just be kind of going around sort of like this and all around here. Then on the inside, I'm going to do another bit of these towers before I do the actual spire roofs. So these spire roofs are going to be divided into sort of two halves, and that was stolen completely from a 3D model concept art thing that I found online that I'm sort of using. That might actually be the way the Disney castle is. I don't actually remember, but regardless, this is going to be a nice start. Okay, someone's yelling in my house. Okay, I got to go home. It's time for the question or comment that I almost forgot, but I got to repair my bow, so I'm heading back to New Hope to make a bow and use an anvil to probably very costly repair it. But Mickey Deary has a thing. I ask in my space station episode, hey, how do you all get your gravel when you need a ton of gravel? And Mickey, they said, for gravel, if I can find one of those mountain area rich, I'm usually good. I think they're talking about the gravel, Extreme Hills gravel biome. Sand gravel duper for the sandy of saving in time. That could be an interesting build around end spawn platform, even with the number of chests that'd be needed. Piglin barter, gold farm. Yeah, the piglin barter thing, I would need a lot more piglins. Like, I would need probably like 128 piglin to make it even reasonably enough gravel to make it worthwhile. And at that point, then I'm AFKing at the gold farm for so long, it's just not really worthwhile. I think the duper is probably going to be the way that I go eventually. And that's just going to be a little bit complicated of how I'm going to get that worked out in my build, right? Like of how the heck I'm going to make a duper make sense with the way the space station is. But I think I'm probably going to do it. The thing is, I don't want to use my current the end portal that I've been using, I don't want to use that because I want that to be a build down the road a bit. So I'm going to have to find another fortress to make, because you have to use the end. If you don't know, you have to use the end portal to make those things work. Oh man, it's going to be my last repair of this. 33 levels to repair that. Yikes. Because I use what in Infinity. Anyway, Boo, well, thanks for the comment. Appreciate that. And yeah, keep the comments coming if you want to be featured on a video. That's the probably easiest way to do is ask me a good question or give me a good suggestion. Okay, check it out. Oh, yeah, it is starting. I really, really like it. I think what we're going to do is leave off right here. I was planning on doing the whole castle, but, you know, this is kind of a great place to stop because then the next time we come back here, we'll either work on the front gate area or the keep. So why not break this up? We'll get this one out and then we'll do another one. But man, it looks beautiful. I love how I waited for the gradient until the very top. You know, it's very slight, and I just think it just looks like the sun's beaming. Oh man, it's so nice. Oh, I mean, it looks really, really, really good. Anyway, that's going to do it for me this episode. I'll see you next time right here from Survival with Fix. Thanks so much for watching. Really do appreciate it. We'll see you all in the next video. And welcome back to another episode from Survival with Fix. We're here in Steelport because I need to grab a whole bunch of moss because this is not where we're working today. I really love the flour mill that we did last time, but today we're moving on and we're moving back in time, kind of. We're going to Gabor, the ancient Mayan-inspired city of Gabor, because I have something that is going to be really cool to build that is going to be really needed in the future. Not quite yet, though. I'm going to be building a temple, a sort of museum, if you will, for the stuff that we're getting in 1.20. We're getting these awesome armor trim patterns, and there are 11 of them. So I was thinking, since you sort of find them by exploring the world and discovering, wouldn't it be cool to find all 11, although I don't have them yet, because I don't play in snapshots in this world, at least not until nearly pre-releases or whatever. But wouldn't it be cool if we had a place where, as I find all 11, I can actually put them down? And I think that's what we're going to do. And I think we're going to do it right here, right about here. Maybe right on this side of the road. And we're just going to make basically an 11-room museum that's going to stretch from there almost the whole distance over here, built in sort of this style over here, maybe a little bit more circular. And then as I get them, once 1.20 releases, we should be in good shape. So I have all these moss blocks and I'm basically good. The only thing I'm going to need to get is a whole bunch of cobblestone. I don't think I have that much cobblestone here, though I'll have to go check. I'm working on the plan of how exactly I'm going to lay this out, and I think I want to go with maybe circles, and that's going to make making it a really symmetrical build kind of weird. And also the fact that it's the number 11, there's 11 armor trims, is also going to make it a little weird. So I'm just going like 1, 2. This is the circle that I do very often. It's 3, like 3 missing here because I took out because of walkway. 2, 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then you just repeat that. I do that circle pattern very frequently, like when I'm building castles or towers or whatever. That's one of my absolute go-tos. So I'm thinking if we kept it like this, and that way now I have 4 circles. That would be, say, like 2, 4, 6, 8, and that would be like 9, 10, 11. So what if we did 2 in each of these, and then maybe I kind of like the idea that you would walk in the middle of this, because you know I love to walk under stuff. So maybe in the middle we do one that's big enough for 3. Like here, maybe a square one here. So maybe on the end, we would come over here and do, get rid of these. Okay, so let's do a little bit of this figuring out on camera here. So this would be the walkthrough, right? And then we'd like sort of go this way. Would that make sense? I kind of think it would. I kind of feel like it would. It doesn't even need to be symmetrical, to be totally honest. Like this doesn't have to be. But I think it'd look nice if it was. So something along these lines, that could work. Let's hop into a time lapse and start to figure out exactly how this is going to go. Yeah, okay. So this is starting to feel pretty good. You know, it's just this sort of basic outline. You know, again, I'm not making anything new here. I'm kind of keeping the same idea that we have over here. I'm definitely going to want some of these sort of logs that come out from the side of the building with the hanging lanterns and all this stuff, but that'll all be more in the detail phase right now. So first thing I did is I made the shape and I took it up to get out of the gradient here that I think is going to look really nice. And then I just did this sort of stair thing just to expand the tower a little bit, get a little bit of an overhang, kind of like what I did over there. I'm going to want to go up another block because I think what I'm going to do, I haven't decided yet exactly, but I think I'm going to have to take these up another bit because I don't know if I want to have the big armor trim things like here, or if I want to put them up there. Here, well, this would make sense, right? I'm kind of thinking each room is going to have two, right? So it's not going to be tons of room. I could even do maybe one here and one up in the upper floor. The problem is with doing them down on this floor is I have 2, and then on the other side 4, 6, 8, and then I need 3 over here. But here's the problem, this road that goes here. And I could move the road, but I don't think I really want to. I think what I want to do is have these 3 armor trims up there. So if I'm going to do these 3 up there, then I probably should do these ones as well. So maybe this bottom floor is going to be like other museum thing, like maybe we'll have other things down here, and then the actual museum sort of part will be up on the top. I think that's probably going to make the most sense. So what that's going to mean, if I'm going to do that, that's going to mean I'm going to have to basically connect this, and maybe not the walkway, maybe not here, but I'm going to connect from here the whole way along to over this building, turn it, and then connect all of this. So it's going to be basically a big U shape that's all going to be one sort of building. I don't know how we're going to get up. We'll work on the stairway later on. Maybe even stairs could be outside. Ooh, you know what? That's what we should do. We should do that sort of big stairway. Can you see it right there? The big stairway that we did here. That's a very Mayan look. And this kingdom is supposed to be based on sort of the ancient Mayan kingdoms, sort of, you know, my own take on it. So we could actually do stairs on each of these. That could be really cool. And then you could walk through here and see maybe one armor trim on either side. Okay, so that could totally work. If we're going to do that, I got to make a decision of exactly what sort of hangy things I want to have. Now, as we went up here, I did less and less moss. I think I'm going to do the same thing over here. So we'll start with basically just smooth stone coming out here. And I think I'm probably going to have to put in a floor first before I figure out all this. So I don't know. Should we do mangrove, jungle? What kind of floor? I definitely want to do a wooden floor here. I don't want to do a stone floor. Let's go see what I have a lot of. Yes, it's coming along. The official, I don't know, Temple of Armor Trim. Maybe we'll come up with something a little bit more brilliant than that. But yeah, so this is going to be the idea. Okay, so down here, this is going to be other stuff. I don't know what yet. We're going to work that out later on. But this will be other stuff. But then the main gist, like the main thing you're going to want when you come here is to get the armor trim. So you're going to walk up here. And each wall will be a design of where you found them. Now, obviously, I can't do that because it's not in 120. I'm not in 120 yet. So when 120 comes out, then you'll come over here and you can get one. We'll probably have one up here. Like we'll probably do something like stairs, maybe like here-ish or something like that, and where you just like walk up and over. I think that could kind of work because I do want to have this shown. I like these little arches. I'd like them to be sort of featured there. But I think the idea can work out really well. So we'll just do something along these lines. I added a little fountain here right at the entrance. I think it's pretty nice, I think. So yeah, I had thought about doing a big statue, and I thought, no, you know what would be cooler is to have armor, so I can actually later on add in some armor trims that are really cool. And yeah, so that's definitely what I'm going to do. So yeah, just got some water pouring down in here. The one thing that I may end up changing is I don't love that this block does seem to be hovering in space. So I think what I may end up doing is like adding in maybe wall or even a fence. That could actually be kind of bringing a little bit of color. That's not bad. Let's do that. Let's just do a fence. I think that might be nicer. And I happen to have it in my hand right there. So we'll just add in a fence like this. That way it'll like look like it's being held up. And plus, instead of just all stone, having some wood, I think is kind of cool. Anyway, yeah, so the fountain, I think that adds a lot. It's quite nice. And then, we're going to get back to this. I don't know. I'm kind of stalling, to be totally honest. I don't know what I'm going to do with the top here. I don't really have a plan. I had originally thought about doing a roof, but I also think that maybe having the sun come down and shine in on some of these armor trims would be really nice. I just don't know. I just need to like sit and kind of think about it for a minute. I finally came up with a decision on what to do on this top part, and I think I'm really going to like it. So I'm just going to do a ruined top part where it looks like there used to be a roof and it's caved in, and that's going to allow me to break through here and bring in some sun down to where the actual armor trims are going to be. I think this is going to be a super nice thing. So what we're going to do is just make a bunch of holes where just like the roof's carved in. I did take the time to go down there and put in supports. Like there are tree trunk supports. So that way it's going to look like, okay, that's how it's still sort of supporting the thing. Plus the other thing is, let me hop out to camera mode here. The other thing is I have all these supports here. So I want to, now I don't have that many on the inside, but I want to sort of show like these trunks supposedly go all the way through the building into here, right? Even though they obviously do not. But yeah, I think it's going to be really nice. And then it's going to allow the sun, the actual sun, to come down and just really shine into all the armor trims. And that way I'm not going to have to have just a ton of lights just to get through. So what I'm going to do is just come around on the outside here and ruin with either stairs, slabs, whatever, you know, actually some of these too. Put down some of these, what are these called? Moss carpets, just to give a little bit of height variation. Not that you're really going to see this area all that much from anywhere unless you're maybe flying or I don't know. I don't even know how you would see this, but I guess it's nice to have everything all fully detailed and all that stuff anyway. Abon society used to be massive, spanning the entire continent. As we have no access to orbit or satellites for real mapping, that's far bigger than all the known area of this planet we call Fixtopia. But long ago, something happened that splintered the mighty Abon kingdom into shards, and it was, of course, a war between brothers. A Levic is a set of 4 Levins, or kings, for the Abon people. From what I can figure out from the book, Edwin found this great war and the decline of the Abon Empire took place 9 Levics ago. It's really hard to tell how long that is in years, but I think we can safely assume between 900 and 1,000 years from now. Levin Griper III was ruling and had twins. This set up a major problem since he already had an older daughter. Filling the Abon rule of 4, he sent one of the young twins to the warrior sect, keeping the other twin to eventually become Levin Griper IV, the last of his line. The warrior twin trained his entire life and eventually became a feared commander of the Abon Western Front in a series of battles against the Huki Low tribes. After leading his men in victory after victory, he returned home to Gabor to an elderly father, a twin brother waiting to take the throne, backed by a fiercely loyal army. Eventually, when Levin Griper III died, both twins claimed the throne and complete civil war broke out, neighbors declaring for both sides. The army from the Western Front fighting against the standing army of Gabor. The Civil War reached even the furthest parts of the empire, and while some areas attempted to remain neutral, most went to war. While eventually one twin was successful in taking the throne, history doesn't tell us which one. He's only known as Levin Griper IV. Abon society never recovered and never again reached the absolute peaks of power again. I want to jump right into the question or comment of the day because honestly I forget all the time, but also I think I'm in a good place with this build as far as now I just want to add in some trees around the side and some pathing here in the middle. Let me show you the pathing real quick. I'm gonna have to go and get some sort of mixture of this mud and stuff because it's a little off center. It kind of goes over there and that's okay, but I want to at least sort of straighten it out a little bit to go through, but and make sure I connect it up to these things. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to actually plant some big jungle trees because what I've learned is the jungle trees, you got to plant these first whenever you're doing this because jungle trees will only grow this really tall if there's nothing else around them. Mangrove trees and like oak trees, they don't give a crap. They'll grow anywhere. But the jungle trees are like, no, there needs to be nothing even close to them. So you got to plant these first, then you can come back in later and do the other one, do the mangrove trees. Unfortunately though, we're at a place where, look, we're getting into the savanna, so there's going to be a biome change, and that, oops, nope, that's the wrong thing. The biome change is really going to bum me out. Regardless, let's get to the question or comment of the day. Hey Doc, yeah, move your butt, man. So it comes from Fixxiverse. Back in episode 21, people not changing with the technological development makes sense considering the series takes place only over 27 years. Imperial Japan modernized in about that much time, but their culture changed only a little. That's a really interesting thing. I listened to stuff you should know about sort of the modernization of Imperial Japan, which is incredibly fascinating. Stuff You Should Know is a great podcast. If you don't listen to it, I mean, for people who like to learn and all that kind of stuff You Should Know is where it's at, because it's funny and engaging and really educational, and I really enjoy it. Anyway, but this comment made me really think, because like, wow, this series does take place only over 27 years, which in some ways seems like a lot. I mean, Steve Tepek's kids are going to be basically like 25 years old by the time this series is sort of at its end, but still only 27 years. That's not that much time. So that, being something to think about here. I'm running out of saplings. It's something we got to keep in mind sort of as we continue to build up this series. It's only 27 years. Oh, that's nice. Okay. The other thing is, I want to do before I add in all the trees, I want to add in some stuff here. So yeah, I don't know, I don't have a lot to say about it, but it's something I wanted to keep in mind about. Okay, 27 years is really, truly not that much time. That's kind of nice. We can just maybe take out a couple of these leaves here and make it look a little bit better here, something like this. Okay. Anyway, I don't have a lot to say. I just thought the comment was interesting. 27 years, man. Like that's going to go by really quickly. So, all right. Well, let's continue working on this, and we'll wrap up this particular build. Now, I can't do anything with the interiors. This is going to be something that we come back in a future date and work on, as I get the trims. Each trim will get its own little design here. Can't do much about that until that happens. I don't want to pre-do it because they may add more trims. We're still in snapshot season and all that. So anyway, regardless, good comment. Yeah, and I think that's it. I think we're at a really, really good place. If you walk in here, you'll see that I did take down all the torches and put up some campfires just to sort of keep all the lighting consistent throughout. I put a bunch of campfires out here on the outside too, so it looks really, really, really cool at night. In fact, the ending scene, I'll wait till nighttime to record it. It's going to be really, really, it just looks so good. Like, I put some glow lichen on the side of it, just sparingly, but you can see there's just sort of as a gradient between the moss and the mossy cobblestone, sort of in between, and also it lights up. So monsters won't spawn everywhere. Down here, I still haven't done anything because I just don't know what it's going to be. If you have any great ideas for inside here, maybe you could leave that in a comment down below. But the upstairs looks really cool, and I cannot wait till trims come out so I can go get all of them and put them in our temple of trims. I'm very, very, very excited about this build. Hopefully you enjoy it, and I'll see you all next episode from Survival with Fix. Bye, everybody. Everybody, and welcome back to Survival with Fix. We are headed back to the theme park this episode. That's right, we finished Gabor, a very nice temple for the upcoming 1.20. That's going to be awesome to have armor trims, but today, this is where we're working. We're working on the castle in the middle because I love this theme park. I mean, I love it. I love it. It's one of my favorite things I've ever built in Minecraft, and we're only like 5% done. So today we're going to work on this awesome castle. Last episode from here, we worked on sort of the exterior part, and this time we're going on the interior. We're going to be building the keep, and it's going to go very, very, very high, because when you walk in here, this is actually going to be a ride, and we're going to do the ride another day. Right now, today, we're just doing the keep. So when you walk in, this is all going to be closed in. There's going to be a big gate here. We've not done yet, but a big gate, nice big doors, and when you walk in, this will all be closed off because this will be the beginning of where you get in the queue and then the ride. But we're not necessarily doing that today, because what I want to do is I want to throw in a ceiling here. I want to throw in a roof first, and then that roof is going to set the keep up on top of it, because you're going to think that the keep goes all the way down to the ground. You're not going to necessarily know that actually there's a big empty section here where you're going to go stand in line to ride a ride. You're not going to see that from anywhere else. You're only going to see from back here, the keep is expanding way up there into the sky. But to do that first, before we go any further, I actually need a bunch of torches, which I neglected to bring, and I'm gonna have to light it up. So I don't want to make a mob farm directly underneath it, because that would be an entirely different kind of exciting ride, not the kind that I want for this amusement park. Well, the keep rises, and I think it's starting to look okay. The shape is nice, actually. I think I'm nervous and I'm a little confused on exactly how I'm going to go from here, because this keep has got to be really, really tall, but I can't just go straight up, right? So I have a shape of a couple towers right here. This is going to be the tallest and biggest tower. This will be the second biggest, and then these two square towers will be a little bit lower, and then there will be also sort of jut out towers from the wall, but I think this is probably a good place for the first of the sort of stair parts where I sort of jutted out, and I'm kind of talking about kind of like one of these guys that juts out, and I haven't decided yet if I want to use diorite so it blends in with these towers, or if I want to keep it all stone. I just don't know what the right answer is. I think probably the right answer is diorite, because otherwise it's just going to be a wall of gray, and that's not great. So yeah, let's go get some diorite and see if we can do a few little jut outs first. But before I do that, I'm going to have to use some stairs and make this a little bit bigger on each one before we actually pile up some of the, I don't know, expansion, if that's what you want to call it. It should look nice. Reaching the point where the keep is stretching up higher than the sort of exterior towers, which is going to be really nice. I am starting to sort of get the vision. I'm really glad I just kept the stone and stone brick palette here, color scheme, instead of adding in cobble or like big swaths of diorite, or even I considered maybe a terracotta, because if you look at the Disney castle, Disney World castle, it is kind of a creamy color, which is really like that white terracotta, but first, I don't want to exactly copy that. And secondly, I just didn't really think it fit in here. I think this fits a lot nicer. So this tower that I'm on right now is going to be the one that stretches up super, super tall. This is going to be the biggest tower. These other towers need to begin, not quite yet, but begin to start to get to where the roof area will be. So I need to sort of figure out, this will be the second biggest tower, and this will be the third biggest tower. So because I want, basically when you're standing on there, I want you to be able to look up here, and you got to imagine, like this tower's lower, then this tower, then this tower. That way you can see all three. Now from the back, it won't be quite as good, but that's all right. You'll still see this tower on the outside and then towers up behind it. That's just going to give that depth that I really want, right? This tower over here is going to be shorter, even though it's behind, because I think that'll give a little bit more view from the back, and it'll give some variant from the side, which is also important, given that there's no roof right there. So that way I have basically every direction you're looking, I have at least 2, if not 3 tiered roofs. And I think that's really important. So the next thing I want to do is I want to bring in some of this diorite that I have here and just come along here, because I did this one layer of diorite trim a couple different times. I think it really did help. Like you can see right there, it really helped. I'm considering doing one of the false roofs here, but I don't want to over abuse that. So I'm not sure. I might just make it a level of trim, but I'm going to do this one and then see how I feel. And then the next thing is I got to figure out exactly how the roof is going to fit over here, because I do want kind of a peaked roof. So I need to make this tower right here, even with this window right there. Oh, glorious rain. Okay, now this is the part that's going to sell this as a true fantasy castle. Look at this. See this guy? See this little hanger over here? I don't know what these things are called. There's probably a name for that. I'm sure if Dream is watching this video, she's going to tell me what the official name is. But yeah, these little hanger guys. Now, the one kind of small regret I have is only from this one very specific vantage point right here. It almost looks like that hanger is connected to this roof. So what I might end up doing is taking this roof down like 2 blocks just to make sure that that doesn't conflict. In fact, actually, you know what? Let's just do that. Okay, it's a very slight change, but I think it's a good one. You can see a little sliver of sky, and that's just from when you're standing right here. But this is pretty important, as this is like where you walk up. But yeah, you're starting to see the castle come together. Now, this spire is going to be very tall. I still want to expand the tower before I even get to the spire more. So I put this here. So the tower's probably going to go maybe like 7 or 8 blocks more, and then we'll start that spire. And then this one will also have a little mini spire too. So it's going to be good. And I want to do this first because I want to make sure that these areas right here are lower than that. Now I got to say the back is really, really, really unfinished. I still have a lot to do in the back, but we're starting to get there. I'm starting to see the height come to fruition, and I'm starting to really like it. James, it's been a while since I've been down here to talk to you, but I think I may finally have a way to wake you up. I've been deep in the druidic book that I've been studying, and I think I found a spell that can basically draw consciousness out of a sleeping mind. I really have high hopes it will work, but without communication back to the past and Edwin, I just don't know for sure. Look, this spell is intensely complex, and I'm going to need a good while to gather all the materials, but I think I have to try. It's my only real idea on how to wake you up. I'm really nervous, but trust me, buddy, I'm going to help you. I hope you can hear me. Just hang in there for a little bit longer, and I'm going to wake you up, James. I promise. Okay, what do we think? I know I keep coming down here to show the exact same thing, each little segment here. I know, but this is the view. This is the view that I care about, and would you just take a look at... Oh, man, I love it. It's coming out so much better than I ever even dreamed it would. This is just wonderful, and I'm still very, very, very lacking in detail, right? This is just the general shape, just roughing it in. Now, the next thing I want to do is before I get to this tower over here, which this tower, I want to go about where the crosshair is here, about like maybe 60-70% as tall as the big boy over here. But before that, I want to do like kind of a steeped roof right there, right? Like over here. And I don't know exactly how big yet, but I brought some stone and I'm going to kind of stone in exactly where I want this. Now, if you get up here and take a little closer look, you'll see, well, there's some issues here, and that's how exactly I'm going to do this. I may need to do this tower next, actually. You know what? I may need to do this tower next because I need to know how this roof is going to sort of connect. Yeah, okay. Let's change it up. Let's do this tower next. This is going to be the second highest tower, and that's going to go up to just about there, and then this tower is going to be short of that, okay? Let's do this tower next. I think that'll be better. I worked on the front gate here a little bit, not tons and tons, but I think that it's at least, you know, all the roofing is basically done. This build is big enough, it's kind of hard to see actually, but yeah, I mean, it's really coming together. I think there's a few more things I would like to add. One of them is I'd like to add a balcony coming right out here. So to do that, I'm actually going to do a double layered balcony. So I'm just, oops. Oh no, I have shuffle on. I didn't mean shuffle. So basically what we'll do is we'll just do like a little outcropping here, and then I'll go up one and do another one. That way people like maybe entertainers or guests, or say they have a big concert here, right? Because that's something that amusement parks do. Say they have what's that Cyrus girl? Someone Cyrus? Oh man, I'm so out of touch. Who's the Billy Bob Cyrus's daughter? Miley Cyrus? Yeah, that's her name. Say they have Miley Cyrus come out and she's going to perform for everybody, right? And everyone's going to love it so much. And she might come out and perform right here on this little stage. I think that could be really cool. Maybe do a little party in the Main Street USA song, right? That would be great. Yeah, so this would be like a little stage for performers to come out and sing. Everyone can gather down there and just watch it. Fireworks, shows, the whole bit. I think it's going to be a nice little detail. Plus, it's going to separate this big blank wall, which I don't want to just add windows and windows. I tend to be a window-aholic. I tend to add way too many windows, so I'd like to add less windows, and I think that this is probably a nice excuse to not just be windows. I'm working on leafing this place up because I think we're getting very close to the end. I'm going to do a little time lapse for the question or comment of the day, which is actually going to come from Discord today. If you haven't ever joined my Discord, you should do that. It's linked in the description of this and every other video. But yeah, it's a great place to hang out. It's very, very chill. It's not super active, so don't come in expecting like wall-to-wall constant entertainment. It's just a chill place where me and my friends and a bunch of other content creators and just great Minecrafters and Patreons and YouTubers and everyone can just hang out and just chill. It's just really cool. So if you want to join the Discord, go ahead and join it. and come on in and hang out. That's where the question is going to come. But before I get to that, I want to mention I have been listening to so much audiobook. It's really helped take my mind off things and whatever, and just helped me really sort of focus on things that I really would like to get my head straight and all that kind of stuff. And I finished Oathbringer, which is the third book of the Stormlight Archive, and I didn't want, it's really heavy. It's like a big, heavy fantasy sort of style book. And I didn't want to jump right into the next one, so I wanted to wait a bit. So I was looking at different books, and I had bought this book a long time ago called Thrawn, which is in the new Disney canon of Star Wars, written by Timothy Zahn, who's the same guy who actually wrote Heir to the Empire, which I think is what they're going to be doing in the Mando-verse coming up very soon with Dave Filoni and all that kind of stuff. And I've been listening to the first book of the Thrawn trilogy, and it is absolutely great. The quality of Star Wars audiobooks is amazing. They do like full sound effects. The readers do voices and stuff like that. I mean, it is absolutely really great. I cannot say enough good things about the Star Wars Disney, but oh man, look, it's so nice. All right, so let's run this time lapse and get to the question or comment of the day. Today's comment of the day comes from the Laughing Burger, a channel member over on Discord. Have you ever had to stop a series prematurely? Oh my goodness, yes. Almost all of them have ended either due to really bad performance, I lost my motivation, server closing, whatever. The only series I think I've ever ended that had a really set ending was probably the most recent Walking Dead series that was just set to be a 10-episode sort of mini-series. I think Dominion Season 1 had a really solid ending too, but for the most part, every series unfortunately just comes to an end because I have something else I want to do or whatever. So it's really sad, but yeah, that's a very common thing. Regardless of that, I'm going to not end this series prematurely. This series is going to go for the rest of time, forever and ever and ever, until I drop dead in my computer chair here. I'll see you all next time from Survival with Fix. Thanks so much for watching. I love this build. If you love it, leave me a comment and let me know what you think I need to add next. I'd love to see that down below. Thanks, everybody. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back to Survival with Fix. We're here in Steelport because it's time to build something that this place really needs, and it is a town hall. We're going town hall for Steelport. It was based on just kind of talking on Discord and stuff about what various kingdoms need and all that kind of stuff, and I think I have the perfect place for it. And I want to make the town hall not huge, but I want to make the landscaping stuff for it really, really, really nice. Now we are on day 4,401, and my goal is to finish this in 100 days of in-game time. I am a pretty aggressive Minecraft sleeper, so it's only roughly 10 to 12 minutes per day. You know how that goes. But yeah, that's going to be the goal. This backdrop of this mountain is so beautiful and perfect, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this land the entire way over to the mountain, because this is where the town hall is going to be. And then what we'll do is we'll develop this area here as kind of like a nice landscape walk up to it that I think just could be a really, really cool place to hang out. Well, as you see, it's nighttime, and speaking of aggressively sleeping, let's go do that now. Now, if I am going to fill in all that land over there, I'm going to need to get a lot of dirt and grass. And oh man, would you just look at that? Oh, it's so beautiful. I can't wait to work more on the Fixxiverse theme park. I love this so much. What? It looks like we have our first guest at the park. Yeah, oh, that's such a view. But what we're going to be taking dirt from is the eventual animal kingdom. I do plan on building a giant sprawling zoo over here. And to do that, I'm going to want to have like a lot of the land not flat by any means, but like flattened kind of, just to make it a little easier to plan out the sort of animal exhibits and all that kind of stuff. So every time I need a bunch of dirt and stuff, I'm just coming over here. I'm just taking kind of the top levels off and sort of making this a little bit more flattened than it was before. 11 days. 11 days this took just to do this little bit. I mean, I guess it's a lot, but just to lay on some grass so I can put a building on top of it. So the idea is going to be we're going to have the road go along here. I may end up widening this road. It's a little bit narrow. And then there's going to be just a walkway. You're going to walk over here. I think what I'll do is I'll have a road going around the back for either another building over there or maybe even just access or something like that. And this whole area is just going to be big sidewalk with some landscaping, some really beautiful things. And then the actual city hall is going to start right about here. So there's going to be all this open space, all surrounded by buildings on every side. It's going to look really, really, really cool. You're just going to imagine the other buildings for now, but yeah, that's going to be the idea. So we'll have all this open space. You're going to walk through here, enjoy your walk up to your court case or whatever you have, whatever business you have in front of the, who would it be? Baron, I guess Baron Tepic, right? I guess he's kind of in charge of this area. So that's going to be cool. The next thing I got to do is I got to figure out a palette. I have been Google imaging city halls from 1800 or so, and it's really fun if you Google 1800 City Hall, Anno 1800, which is one of my absolute favorite games, always comes up. So I very well may take inspiration again from that wonderful game, just because the concept art and the in-game art is so easy to sort of translate to Minecraft. So maybe, we'll see. Well, after I got all that land done, the next thing I'm going to need is I'm going to need a lot of materials. So I came down to my little mine here in Steelport underneath because I'm looking for specifically andesite. However, I know that in the future I'm going to need diorite and I'm going to need granite, and luckily there's a lot of it right here. So I'm actually just clearing out all of the diorite, andesite, and granite from this area, just everything I see. And the good thing is, everything I see, you just keep finding more and more and more and more, which is good, but it is taking basically 3 times as long to get the amount of andesite that I need because I can't turn down diorite if I'm just looking at it. I'm probably going to need diorite in this build as well. I won't need granite, but I'll need granite soon enough whenever I get to sort of the next thing. So yeah, I got a lot of money. I've already done 3 complete inventories worth, and I feel like I have a lot more that I need to pick up. So I'm trying to really kind of avoid the stone, but as you can see, it's just all mixed in everywhere. So I'm just taking everything. Hank, we still have a problem with Tracy connecting to Fred and James in the future. She's telling me the signal is being intercepted by your new space station. Still? I swear, I have rewritten that code at least 100 times. I wonder if I need to add on something to bounce the signal away. Is there anything I can do to help? Keep the materials flowing. I need to build a lot more infrastructure to maintain you air breathers anyway, let alone if I have to come up with some creative solution to our signal issue.
Hank, time is of the essence here. James and Fred have been stuck in an ever-increasing ice age in the future of this planet for a very long time. Not only am I concerned with their safety, they have the book.
And what book? It's an Abon tome that Edwin found. It chronicled the coming Cal attack and the end of our world. We really need access to it. Okay, I understand. This time communication stuff is weird, man. I guess it is. I've just kind of become used to it. Yeah, it's the only weird part of my android living on a space station I built many years after my organic body died in the space on the moon that I blew up to defeat the evil artificial intelligence program created by a guy's dead dad who is living in the future of this planet in a frozen post-apocalyptic wasteland that we can communicate to thanks to a wizard from an entirely different planet who used to be kind of evil and destroyed an entire planet as revenge for being locked up for, well, being evil, I guess, but he's better now. I've used up basically all of my materials, all of them, but it's, working out pretty nicely. This is going to be really cool. So I am using both actual art of the San Francisco City Hall, which is a real life thing, and also I found a couple builds, like a 1-to-1 scale builds in Minecraft, so I'm being sort of taking some inspiration from there, especially as far as these stairs go, because that's what I saw that really simulated sort of what it is, and I use stone stairs there, andesite down here. There is going to be a lot more detail, but this is kind of the basic idea. Then we're going to have to build up, and this goes up quite a way, and then there's like a dome thing in the middle of it. So we have a long way to go, but I am like out of materials. So sadly, unfortunately, I need to take my stuff, and one of these, this one I got to set aside because this one actually has stuff in it. I got to go over to Gabor, which is where I get all of my stone and materials, and well, get a bunch of stone and materials, okay? So let's go do that, and then we'll come back and hopefully just get a lot more building. I'm really inspired by just how majestic this city hall is going to be. It's going to be really a great place for government. I did a long live stream for several hours, and I did a lot of grind, and it was nice to grind and just have everyone keep me company. That was really fun. And I did the beginning of the start of the roof, along with this really nice, this works really well. Like, it has a lot of ornamentation in the picture, and I thought this works great. So again, a little bit of roof design starting to come in here. This is going to go a lot taller. I mean, we have a lot more building, but it's the beginning of a pretty nice looking city hall, I think. I mean, you got to imagine the pillars and the windows and the decorations and all that kind of stuff, which will all come in time. But right now, the shape is good. The size is good. It's very big. I mean, even for this area, like, it takes up a lot of space. Check out the footprint. It's the biggest, it's the biggest building by footprint, and certainly it will be, I think, among the tallest. Probably over there, we're probably looking a little taller, but it's going to be up there. It's going to be definitely be peak of skyline. The one side that I'm like kind of like about is it really blocks the view of the mountain sort of back there, and part of it is that my render's not high enough. I've been having a little frame rate issues here in Steelport recently, and I turned my render down for stream. Oh, there, maybe it doesn't block it. I didn't want it to block the mountain, but it does. If you're up close here, it definitely blocks it from here. Maybe how far back do you have to be? Like here? Here? What? Pop up my free cam. Yeah, I mean, the mountain's still there. It's not going to be taller than the mountain, but it's gonna be up there. And, so I don't want it to be much taller, so I got to sort of start thinking about the roof soon. Well, a lot of stuff has changed, and I don't even really know where to begin. So I did a lot of grind, and I did it actually on camera. So I have a new series starting on the second channel called Fixxitt412 Off the Record, or OTR, and you can check that out, linked down in the description below. And it's more Minecraft content. It's just a very much less edited sort of Minecraft content. So if you like that sort of almost like live stream like content, but not live streamed on video, I have a brand new series started that's called Minecraft and Movies. And basically what it is it's movie commentaries of movies I like while I'm playing the game and watching it together. So I started with, of course, if you've been around the channel for a while, this is not going to surprise you. I started with Minecraft and Star Wars episode 1, The Phantom Menace. So it was really fun. We watched it together, kind of. So if you want to, you can throw maybe my Minecraft episode on like your phone and maybe stream Star Wars on Disney Plus or however you choose to do it. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. We can watch it together. I've watched the movie quite a bit, and I'm a big Star Wars nerd, so I might have some insight that you might not have, or otherwise just kind of talk off the top of my head about thoughts. I'm not going to rattle off a million bits of trivia for you. There's always Wikipedia if you want to read that yourself. But yeah, it's just a lot of fun, and it's just a chance for us to sort of hang out together on this second channel for a lot longer than what you can do in the space of these much more edited, sort of streamlined videos. So yeah, go check it out. Subscribe to that, and also don't forget the gaming channel as well, where I'm playing Lego Star Wars and another game called Ravenlock Daily on little sort of 40-minute segments. So don't miss that. That Ravenlock game is really, really charming. I think you'd really like it if you give it a chance. I found this idea online when I was actually looking for Minecraft builds of this exact thing. And yeah, I know oh darn it, I just broke that. I know I usually say, oh, don't look for Minecraft builds, look for concept art and all that stuff. That's true, but I just wondered how people approach this step thing. So anyway, while I was looking for that, I found this idea for blinds, where you put window panes and then use bone blocks as blinds. And since bone block is such a major part of this build, I thought, oh, that would be really cool. And sure enough, it is really cool. It's just as cool as I had hoped. However, I don't love these gray glass panes. I think I need to go for something a little bit lighter, because you can see over here how cool the concept is. The concept is awesome. It looks like blinds, especially with the three-dimensional look and all that kind of stuff. I think it'll apply outside, even though blinds are obviously on the inside of windows usually, but I think it'll still work. But I do definitely need to use different glass. So I'm going to go and change out all the glass I have here, but I think the idea of this, the concept, is very, very cool. Also, how cool are the double slabs with vertical panes? I mean, they are just awesome. Oh man, I wish that was a part of the vanilla game. I feel like this is one of the texture packs. This and glass are like a couple of the texture pack changes that I don't mind making, because if you were to look at this without the resource pack, it would look basically exactly the same, just not quite as cool. So I think it's a fine sort of I don't know, compromise, I guess. So let's talk about the snapshot, because I have made a decision, and I think it may be a decision that's going to be fairly impactful going forward. Oh look, it's a creeper party over here in my unlit, darkened, well, this is like the ceiling. I'm probably going to put a floor on top of the ceiling, like double layered floor, but we're not going to be doing flooring this episode or second floors or anything. This episode, all I plan on doing is just the exterior, and then we'll probably break that up into another episode down the line a little bit. But the first pre-release for 1.20 came out yesterday at the time that I'm recording this episode, and that means 1.20 is on the horizon. So what that means is I'm itching for the stuff, you know? I want to get the stuff. So I think that this is going to be the last episode from 1.19. I think the next episode I'm going to upgrade to a vanilla, probably with replay mod. Actually, it's inactive at this exact moment, but I'm usually a Patreon of the replay mod, so I can get it a little bit early. I do suggest you grabbing that if you want to, grabbing that Patreon membership to the replaymod.com team. Because, you know, honestly, I like paying artists for their work. Like, I love the Minecraft marketplace. I think I might be in the minority there, but I love it. I love that people outside of Minecraft and Mojang and Microsoft can make a living on Minecraft, on making content for it. I just think that's super cool, and the way it should be. Quite honestly, I think it's great, and they didn't have to do that. You know, the Mojang team could have, boy, I'm getting on a rant, aren't I not? Am I not? The Mojang team could have instead made it a little bit, oh, that's a little lower than I thought. They could have made it a little bit different. What they could have done is just hired a few artists, a few developers to make some mods on their, you know, and just taken all of it for themselves, basically, and they didn't. And instead what they did, and I think it's really, really, really cool, is they, oh man, my pickaxe is going to die. Instead, they allow people to go out and make content, and they take a cut. Sure, of course they do. Every business does, but I think that's super cool. So anyway, yeah. So I like Patreon and stuff for mods and for mod developers and all that kind of stuff, because I like people to get paid. I think that's a really great thing, and I think it's a thing that should, you know, continue. So if you're able to support any of your favorite artists or creators, I'm not even talking about myself. I'm not saying go join my YouTube membership, though if you do, you get a sweet icon. But that's all I'm talking about. I'm saying support your artists, because that is how a lot of us make a living. I do have a great question or comment of the day from Bob Smith on the last survival episode. Hey Fix, love the video, and I always enjoy seeing the scope of your world. It really is very impressive. I am a person who loves words and create specifically their definitions. If you were to create a government building, town hall, justice center, etc., I think that government building or district should be called the Axium, a statement of proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. I think this title makes a lot of sense considering the potential function of government building / district. Being that, the purpose of government building would be to keep the law, which is regarded as established, as accepted, and self-evidently true. Always hope that you like the suggestion and incorporate it into this masterpiece of a creation you have developed. I obviously was not looking where I was going, and I was reading. Okay, anyway, so yeah, great comment. So yeah, this will be forever known as the Axium, for sure. That's a really great name. I love incorporating sort of expanded lore and definitions and words that I frankly didn't know. I've listened to the Axiom podcast, which was about some political stuff that only about half of you will agree with, though that boggles my mind. That's not everybody. Anyway, the point is, I did not know really what that word meant. So there we go. So the Axiom, and it's super cool. So yeah. What do you think? You like it? You like the build? Now, we're going to do all the landscaping later. We're going to do the interiors later. That'll be an episode down the road. I do plan on making these episodes a little bit smaller projects. This one turned into an absolute monster. This was a beast, but it looks really, really good, and I think it just adds so much to Steelport, particularly once we get the landscaping done, the interiors done, and a building right here. Actually, a couple buildings. I got this building and then another one over here just to help fill this out. So that way I want this land, whenever this land is sort of empty and landscaped nicely, to be, oh, wow, that land is really open and wide open, where these are all clustered buildings. So I need buildings here to really make this pay off. But yeah, that's a really nice build. I really like it. Hopefully you do too. And I'll see you all next episode. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourselves. Yeah, welcome to 1.20, everybody. I cannot even believe it, but we're doing it. I upgraded to 120. I optimized my world, and I'm playing with no mods at all. Oh, look, I tried to zoom. Right there. As I was saying, I have no mods. I tried to zoom, and I can't do it. So we're here in Steelport, but this is not where we're going. Today is an adventuring day. I have not done an adventuring day in this series in, oh my goodness, ages and ages and ages, and it is time. We are going to be going on an adventure to look for, well, all kinds of stuff. Archaeology, cherry blossoms, what else? Armor trims. I mean, bamboo. Well, I guess I have bamboo, but you know what I mean? We're going for everything, okay? That's going to be the plan. So I'm going to empty out all these shulker boxes. We're going to take it with us. I'm going to try to get everything I possibly can, and let's see what happens. This should be fun. Okay, I was worried that I wouldn't have the recipe for this, but luckily I do. And my brush! I got my first brush! Hooray! I wasn't really sure if it was string or what exactly the recipe was, but yeah. Okay, so I got a brush now. Now it's time we can really dig into archaeology. I am so excited to get started on this. I think I'm officially in 1.20 terrain gen, though I'm not 100% sure, and you'll have to excuse my frames because I have my render distance cranked pretty high so I can see the most stuff possible as I'm flying around. But let's see. Yeah, okay, there's a couple things here. I'm not going to fill up my inventory with just like junk here. I don't really care about most of that stuff. Is there any more? No. Okay. I have not done almost any research on what drops where and all that kind of stuff. I know I'm looking for ruins. That's one of the big things I'm looking for. Also, I'm looking for a new desert that I've not found yet. Maybe a new jungle temple. That would be good if I could find one of those. I'm not sure. I'm heading east. I'm going to try to stay in a fairly straight line east going from my base. So I'm looking for the trail ruins. I'm looking for underwater ruins because I could find maybe a sniffer egg. I'm very excited about that. What else? You know, I'm looking for all the stuff. I really would like to find a cherry blossom forest grove thing so I can get some of those saplings and take them back home. I'm not going to like really hang there very much, but at least for a little while, I'd like to get some of those saplings for sure. Okay, couple good news here. There's a jungle over there, but here is a pillager base, and I'm pretty sure there's one of these armor trims that can spawn in these chests right here. So I'm going to try to sneak right in the top. Oh, a goat horn. That's new, actually, to me. Anyway, is that new in 120 or is that 1.8? Regardless, it's new to me. That's all that matters. Now, is there another chest or is there just one at the very top? I actually don't know. So let's go and explore a little bit here, just a bit, and see. Oh my goodness, my frames are killing me. I need to reduce, like whenever I go into sort of an area, I should reduce my what do you call it? My render distance. You know what? Are there no allays here? Allays? There should be, right? I'm quite sure I'm in new chunks now because I'm pretty far east. I mean, pretty far being like probably 2,000 blocks, but I don't explore very much in this world. So if I'm this far, that means this is new. So yeah, no allays in this one. Weird. Well, let's keep looking. So far, nothing. Okay, two things of note here that I just found. One, look at how many azalea trees there are. Okay, so that means there's a big lush cave here under this desert. But what that really means, and for my future reference, if I come here, there's going to be an enormous amount of rooted dirt under each one of these trees that goes the whole way down to a cave, right? I mean, there are like 20 azalea trees here, so that would mean all that rooted dirt. That would be amazing. So next time I need rooted dirt, this is absolutely the place I'm going to try to come to. Now let's see if I can slip in again up to this top. Okay, there's actually someone waiting for me this time. They learned from their last mistake of leaving this unguarded, but I dealt with it pretty quickly. Where are we at here? Another oh cool, a different horn. That's cool. I'll throw that down. I don't want it. And yeah, I don't need food either. In fact, actually, I'll leave the crossbow as a trade, okay? Oh, but just to the east of that, look what I found. My absolute first desert temple since the update. And I think it's time. Oh man, this is the first time doing archaeology. I'm so excited. Now, I think if I know right from what... Oh, is this it? What is that? What am I looking at here? Tell me what I'm looking at. Is that suspicious, Stan? I don't know if it is. Let's try to brush it. Doesn't seem to be happening. Oh, you know what? I should have brought a slower shovel. Oh, that is suspicious sand. Let's do it together. Oh, it is. It is. I'm getting something. Is my first one going to be golden? What'd I get? I got gunpowder. Okay, no, my first one is not gold. But hey, you know what? This is... Oh, okay, TNT. You know, it'd be kind of cool if TNT exploded. I mean, it would suck and everything, but it'd be kind of fun. Check it out! My first shirt! My first shirt! I'm so happy! Oh, man, this is what we're talking about! Oh, what I get? I got the skull pottery shard. That's awesome, shard. Pottery shard. That's going to take some getting used to, I admit. Oh, baby, down in the bottom, I got dune armor trim. And actually, I got 2 of them. I got 2 dune. Do they stack? They do stack. Okay, that's sweet. I also got a golden apple and I got an enchanted golden apple. That's even better. That's so cool. That was the very first chest I checked. Oh, my goodness. I got, okay, 4 dune armor trims. That's okay. That's a lot. That's a lot of dune armor trims. That's good. It's a good thing. Unfortunately, I'm real sorry if it's getting dark down here. I do not have torches with me. I should have brought torches, but I didn't. And so here we are. Oh, I just started a raid on these poor villagers. I came down here to show you something that I just saw as I was flying over this village, forgetting completely that I had bad omen effect. Because I do, and these guys are, well, there's going to be a raid here forever and ever, because I'm probably never going to come back here, so I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, but I saw a camel, and I thought, hey, wouldn't it be fun to show my YouTube friends the camel? And unfortunately, yeah, not only can't I find the camel, oh, there it is, here's the camel. Hi, buddy, hi, I'm sorry about your friends that are about to be raided, sorry. So while I'm flying around looking here for a jungle temple right now, you're going to have to let me know what you think about if I continue this series on without shaders. I'm kind of leaning that direction right now, but I would love to get some input. Look, I love the shaders. I love A Beautiful World, but I don't know. You know, I go sort of on inside and out of that, where I really love them for a little while, and then I kind of feel like I need a break. Wow, would you look at the landscape here? Obviously, things are just loading in. My goodness. Oh, I want to build here, but we're very far away. And I am trying to, you know, build sort of outward from a central location, so it's going to be a long time before our kingdoms expand over here. But look at this. Look at this mountain, and oh, man, this is beautiful terrain. I mean, this is some of the coolest terrain I've seen in a really long time. This is awesome. I've moved into what seems like a cold section of the world, and check out this boat. It's way up here on an iceberg, like the iceberg just kind of grew out of nowhere. It's really weird boat. I would love to build in this area. It's just super cool, but yeah, well, now I'm getting pretty darn far away, so probably not going to be building, but still, really cool. You know, I was wondering, though, are there trims in these shipwrecks? I don't know. I haven't found anything yet, so I don't know if maybe that loot table was addressed or not. Oh my, I am looking for so much stuff. I'm looking for ocean ruins for a sniffer egg. I'm looking for jungle ruins over in the yet another jungle. I'm finding all of these ruined nether portals, which is really cool. And that's going to be really very nice to get some maybe notch apples. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, I'm not unfortunately finding kind of the thing I really want, which is you know, the ruins, like the new stuff. I'm not finding it yet. I got a couple shards, couple trims, but not very many. So still on the hunt. been working on this communication tower on my space station for days, trying to reestablish communication from the planet below to the future. And it's not been going well. Tracy has been a big help. She is so incredibly advanced, I'm coming to lean on her a lot. However, there is something I'm keeping from my new planet-side friends. I haven't been in my charging station for weeks, and I'm starting to run low. In the past, I've had to charge every 10 days, but with my newly reconstructed body, I need to charge less, but still, I have limits. In an effort to understand what's happening to me, I'm starting this journal, so that if something does happen and I don't figure it out, eventually, Steve and the crew will know what happened to me. I may have to charge soon, and I'm worried what will happen when I go offline. Oh yeah, complain and ye shall find, I think, as the old saying goes. You know, as long as I've been playing this game, I still don't know how these things work. I have no idea. I always just end up just punching right through them and avoiding the arrows just by walking along the side and that kind of thing. Hey, look at that! We got wild armor trim, just what I was hoping for. Wild armor trim. Oh, and a saddle too. I take the saddle as well. Fantastic. I think... Is there another one in here? There is, right? There's like a secret room somewhere. I'm so bad at it. How do I not know how this works? I wanted to definitely hop in and show you I finally found a cherry blossom forest. I'm so excited to see the expanse cherry blossom forest that I found. That's literally just this one tree. It's just one tree. It's a cherry blossom forest that is quite literally one tree big. That's okay. It only takes one tree to get a sapling, and that's all I need. I might get a couple saplings, but I need a sapling. I need some of these guys to go in the ground here so I can bone meal them up, and that's it. That's all I need. So I'm going to get like maybe 4 saplings. I'd like to leave this tree here as, you know, for posterity's sake, as the first cherry blossom tree I ever found in my world, but we'll see. See how long it takes me to get 2 more saplings. Oh, I could use fortune, actually. I was flying, I found another trail ruin structure, and these things are huge, but they have 3 armor trims that are found exclusively in them, so I basically have to excavate this entire thing. So they go quite a ways underground. I love this feature, though this being the second one I've done is, I love it a tiny bit less than I did before, but still, it's still really, really cool. Love archaeology in the game. Oh, I got one. I got a new one, I think. What is it? It is Host Armor Trim. Awesome. I broke my brush, so I need a feather. And actually, the one thing I didn't think to bring is food. So unfortunately, I need to eat. And I'm pretty far from home, so generally I don't like to slaughter native animals. But I'm so far from home, I'm never going to be back in this area again. So let's eat some chicken for a little while. Oh, check it out. I got the record. That's really cool. Not something I even really remembered was in these, so that's cool. And you know what else, too? I think this is my first ever loom that I've ever made or gotten, I guess, in any case in Minecraft. I don't think I've ever made one before, even for, like, bookshelf decoration like most people do. So, yeah, so I'm learning some things about this excavation. As soon as you see this, glass pane, no, it's gone. I don't want it. I don't want it in my inventory. I want nothing to do with it. But I have excavated the bulk of this trail room. Well, actually, I shouldn't say the bulk. I just keep going down layers and layers and layers. And this thing is huge, but I still don't have 2 of the ruin or the trims that are found here. So I just got to keep on going. I'm finding lots of pottery shards, which is awesome, but I'm not finding what I really want, which is the 4 trims that are in this. So I just got to keep on excavating. This is a fun mini game within the game, but it is time consuming. Oh yeah, I got the shaper trim. I found another room in this trail ruin that I had not previously seen over here. But yeah, so I got another trim. So I have 3 out of 4 now. And look at the size of this thing. It is absolutely massive. I love this update. Is awesome. And I'm getting all these jars. These are just bonus. This isn't even why I'm here. These are just sort of extra. And I'm very happy. So I need 1 more armor trim. And then since you can duplicate these, that's it. I'll never have to do this again. But I need 1 more. Hey, check it out. I found my first hanging sign, which is cool. First sign. Yeah, check it out. My first hanging sign. I found it. Oh, yeah, you can edit this. Other side. Cool. That's so cool. I haven't even seen one in a snapshot or anything. This is my first one I found. I just found it in one of these gravel bits. So, yeah, I'm still excavating. This is actually another trail ruin that I found on the way. I'm starting to head back because my inventory is absolutely slammed. As you can see, I'm not even picking up anything right now. But I still need one more of these templates, and I'm not leaving until I get it. So I've just started to do this trail ruin. There's like 2 other sections that sort of like over this way. So I'm going to be here for a little while. If I find that other, whatever it's called, trim, if I find the other trim, then I will show you. Is this it? I don't remember. I don't know what it looks like actually either. So let's find out. I can make a new furnace. Let's go. Let's get it. What is it? Host armor trim. That's not one of the ones I'm missing. Unfortunately, I already have a host. I mean, good that I already have a host, but unfortunately, yeah. Oh man, after a really, really long grind of excavating this whole thing, I found one more. Please be the one I need. Oh, I didn't get an achievement. It's Razor again. Razor. Look at this. 4 razors, 3 hosts, and 1 shaper, and then I still need the one more. I gotta keep going. Is this the one? Did I finally get it? It didn't give me an achievement. Oh, it's shaper again. I just don't know the designs. I mean, look at how many I have. 5 razors and oh man, is this the one? Is this the one? I can't even pick it up. I still can't pick it up. Is this the one? Oh, I think this might be the one. Let me see. What is it? It's Wayfinder. I got the last one in the armor trim. It's time to finally head back home. Oh my goodness, I am tired of this. I was just getting ready to leave and saw like 2 more suspicious gravel, and look what I got. I got a second one. This is not the first one. I also got one of these, host. Yeah. Okay. Well, regardless, we have 2 now. Not that I can't duplicate them, but I am. Yeah, we're gonna head home because I still want to get a couple more trims before we're done for the day. So let's find our way out of here. I almost got all my stuff put away, but before I move on with the next search, I really want to plant a couple of these cherry grove trees. They're just so beautiful, and I got to figure out where I can put a couple of them down. Like maybe I just stick one like right here. I think that'd be cool when it grows, and then definitely over in this little area here. Like I built these little custom trees, and I never really knew exactly what to do with them. So let's go ahead and put 2 or even 3, maybe have it go right over, maybe it'll like sort of hang over the sidewalk. That'd be really cool. Oh, I can't wait till they grow. I found this cave and it led me way down here where I accidentally found some deep dark. So I followed that along and I found a skeleton spawner just barely outside this deep dark. So there's some shulkers. So I'm going to look around here and see if there's an ancient city. I wasn't looking for an ancient city. I was looking for a stronghold, but it's right here. So let's see what we can do. Oh, I found a stronghold, and I'm pretty sure that there's a chest in this room, and I think, if I'm right, it might be 100% trim armor thing. Where's that chest? Isn't there a chest here? Yeah, there. Oh, I see it. Okay, let's go check it out. Oh, man, I'm so excited. Is it? It's right there. Oh, yeah, the eye armor trim. Now, there actually is another one around here somewhere, so you guys gotta find it. Oh, I was right. If I knew that Deep Dark had to lead an ancient city, and I was right. I got the ward armor trim, and what the heck? I got two of these discs too. The same disc, but whatever. I'll take them. I'll take all this. As a matter of fact, I'll take everything. I might just loot this entire place. This is a pretty cool place to, possibly die, but hopefully get some good stuff. I don't know if you can see anything from up here, but I may have summoned a warden by accident, and I am now hiding until he goes back underground. That means I'm already at 3 strikes and I'm out, so any more mess-ups and wardens come out immediately. This is terrifying. I cannot overly express how long this took, but look what I finally found. I found Silence armor trim. Oh, baby. I am getting closer to having all the armor trims, but I still need to find a ocean monument. So I'm going to get the heck out of this ancient city. This place is so scary. a ton of these searched, and I finally found, actually not one but two. Oh my goodness. Okay, we are ready to move on to the next one. I've only been exploring east. I am very far again to the east because I don't want to have to have all of my map directions sort of ruined for future updates. But yeah, we've gone quite far, so east, not going to be a great place for 1.21, etc. I found a bastion here, and I'm hoping that I can sneak in, check those chests, and then get the heck out of here. I'm pretty sure this is new terrain because I saw some lava going. Okay, nothing there, but I will. I don't have room. Oh crap! I don't have room for the stuff. I should have checked that before, but okay, I don't. Nope! Ah, there it is! Okay, snout armor trim. Perfect, exactly what I wanted. And also another red upgrade. Let's get the heck out of here. A brute will own me in about 1 second. Yes! Finally! 4 fortresses it took. 4 fortresses, but finally I got this, the rib armor trim, and that is actually my last armor trim. Now there's one more chest over here, and I want to check because based on the way my luck has been going recently. Oh yeah, okay. I was gonna say if I went all these fortresses without finding it, and then I found 2 in a row, yeah, lovely. Okay, I'll see you back home. I'm a big liar. I forgot about the end one. And I came over here. I found in my 3rd ship that I found, I got a lot of gear. And most importantly, I got the Spire armor trim. That's it. That's my last armor trim. So I am now ready to actually return home this time. Hey, also, side note, first time I've ever gone to the end and remembered to actually bring a shield with me. It makes it a lot easier. It makes end rating tons easier if you have a shield, right? Right. We did it. We did it. My first maybe ever adventuring episode is actually complete, and we got all the things that we wanted to. I got the records, which are cool. I got lots of these relic records. I actually got the other side too, which I don't think I ever had. The only one I might not have of the newer records is the nether one. I just don't know if I have it maybe somewhere else. But we got a bunch of these shards, which is really cool. I'm going to use those at some point. And here's the big thing. We got all the armor trims. Oh man, I am really excited about that, and you're going to probably see that in the thumbnail of this very video. Regardless, that is going to do it for me today. I'll see you all next time. If you like these adventuring episodes, you have to let me know. I thought this would be a little quick one to do, and it was not. It actually took a lot of time, so yeah, let me know. More adventuring or stick with the building. That's why we're here, okay? Bye. Everybody, and welcome back to Survival with Fix. I am so happy to be back in this world. So I took a little bit of a Minecraft break for about, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 days. I had some IRL stuff that's going on, and that's going to be a lot of a sort of thing that we're going to talk about over the coming months because there's some big things happening in life, and I'll be very open with that once things are all settled. But for right now, I just needed to go, you know, we finished this big build last time, and I took a little bit of a break because I've been focusing just for a few days on my new channel, which is Fixxitt412 Games. If it is something that is interesting to you, then go over and join it. Look, I'll be totally honest, if it's not something that's interesting to you, then don't subscribe over there because everyone who subscribes knowing that you're not going to click a Lego Star Wars video or Horizon Zero Dawn video or whatever, you kind of killing my click-through rate. So don't subscribe if you're not going to click it, but if you are, then go ahead and join because I've been having a really fun time playing over there. Well, today we're working in Steelport again, and I know from looking at the video analytics and all that kind of stuff that Steelport maybe not the most absolutely favorite place of everyone. I like it, but we want to landscape this City Hall area. So that's going to be the idea. That's going to be the goal of what we're going to do. And a couple things have to happen. Like, I want this to be a very large, we're going to go basically the entire width of this place, maybe even wider. I haven't decided yet. And just pave it all, basically. We're going to do all this paving, not a road. This is a road for cars, but we're going to make paving, and I'm actually going to make a parking lot. Our first parking lot. We're going to do a parking lot probably over here. I think we'll probably take out a little bit of this land and make a little bit of a parking lot. I don't know what they drive here. Probably horse and carriage, probably. So we're going to make a parking lot for horse and carriage because I don't think I want to have cars in this world. I just feel like once you go down that road, then you're building cars and they never look that realistic, I don't think. So yeah, so we're gonna do a horse and carriage sort of hitching post parking lot over there, and then we're gonna pave this area and make it look really, really nice. So that all being said, I do kind of want this road to be fairly flat, because if I'm gonna be bringing this across here, this sort of down area here, it doesn't work great for what I'm kind of envisioning. So what I'm thinking that we're gonna bring all of this layer right here up 2 levels and make it very flat, because that's going to make it a little bit easier to do some building. So let's remove this road first and flatten it up to this height. Well, that didn't take very long at all, and I got the whole road flattened. The reason why I want flattened is because I want this to be a smooth transition from here over to here. So I think what I'm going to do, first thing is I'm going to do a pool. I think that's the coolest thing, and also I'm going to keep this. Do I want it to be up? Yeah, I think I want to keep this down a level. So what we're going to do to make this a little easier is I'm just going to kind of come along here. Oh, I don't have my beloved shuffle mod, because I don't have any mods in this. I'm running pre-release 5 at this moment. So yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to make a straight line so I know exactly how much room I have to work with. And I want to do a water pool right here. And then we're going to do tree lines, maybe cherry blossom perhaps. I'm not totally sure yet, along the side. So we'll do something along these lines. So I think it looks pretty darn good. I'm happy with this right here. So its pool's not quite as big as what I had hoped, but I think I need to next pave probably most of this area, because it's going to be easier once I pave it to sort of figure out where the plants are going to go. The other thing I want to do is I want to eventually maybe think about a gate here, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Oh, let's take a look here. So I have basically the sort of area laid out. I decided to go with a offset here. I think that's going to turn out for the best. Definitely going to do grass area in there. I think bringing in some nature, some trees is going to really help this build out. I like it a lot, don't get me wrong, but I think it's going to help. This area is going to be courtyard and like all basically paved with some special trees. These are going to be pillars. So unfortunately I can't do time lapse right now since we're in a snapshot and I don't have fabric or anything running. So you're just going to have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, we're just going to do little tiny pillars right here and possibly maybe statues. I haven't decided yet, or maybe a tree. Maybe I'll go the lazy route in a tree, or I don't know. I don't know. But regardless, this is going to be kind of a little fence here. Not very big, just a little fence so you can see through, you can see it, and you can see what's going on the inside here. So what do we think? I got some very simple and very uniform trees here. The one thing, this one's off-center by 1 because it's an even number, but I think that's okay. I think trees wouldn't grow exactly where you want them, no matter how well manicured they probably are. So that's all right. I can live with that. A little bit of variation is kind of nice. I want to go old school on this. So I'm using like these old school Minecraft blocks because I just want to keep it stone-based. You know, I could use deep slate or gradients, and so I just feel like this is the right look. So then I started digging in an area because I do want to have a couple cherry blossom trees here. I'm thinking maybe we do 1, 2, 3. Maybe custom, or maybe just use the vanilla cherry blossom trees. I might not actually mind to do that. I see I got one to grow over there. Oh man, how many times am I going to hit the C button to zoom and forget that I don't have it at this moment? So we have this area right here. I think it's going to look nice. So what I'll do is probably do, again, trying to keep this basically the old school look. We're just going to go right along like this and then use this. Now I have to actually go in between because I'm going to fence these off because you don't want people messing around with your trees. So I am going to fence them off something like this. And you have to go every other to get the iron bars to connect. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think that'll be okay. I think the trees will grow nicely, and just as long as there's a spot where they won't connect to the iron bars, I think that's all we really require.
Tracy, connect to Titan Station.
Connecting.
The Titan Station?
I don't understand the reference, but Hank insists on calling it that.
Okay. Hello? Hank, it's Steve and Edwin. I understand your new redirect is ready for a test? I think so. It turned out to be harder than I expected, but I'm hopeful that it's ready.
Hank, are you okay?
I'm fine. I just need a recharge soon. You did great getting this working, Hank. Go to bed. I think I have to, but Steve, if you don't hear from me, I'm not sure. Hank, what are you saying? Just don't worry. Everything will be fine. Take care of yourselves. Connecting to the redirect. Hank!
Redirecting to the future node.
That didn't sound good, Steve.
No, it didn't.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Fred, it's good to hear your voice.
Oh, Edwin. I messed up.
What do you mean? What happened?
There was an accident, and James was hurt. He was asleep for weeks. We had to retreat underground, and when I couldn't contact you anymore, I tried to help him.
What did you do?
I found this book that taught me some druidic magic. There was a spell that I thought would wake his consciousness, but...
But what? Fred, what happened?
He disappeared. James just disappeared. He's gone. Worse, the cold is getting so terrible. I don't know what to do.
Fred, take the arc communicator and head underground.
I will find James.
A couple other little things, like a fountain, which I think looks really nice. I bone milled these cherry blossom trees just to get them to grow. I was going to go 3 trees, but they are bigger than I really remembered, so I think that's going to look really good. And yeah, people can just walk along here. Going to definitely add in some benches and stuff for them to sit, but oh man, the atmosphere here is nice. I thought about bone mealing this up for grass, but no, I think I'm going to keep the grass nicely manicured. Just some flowers here. Again, went with the pink to play off the cherry blossom thing, and the green because that's the color of Steelport, and at least, if not Steve Tepic, since he's been, wearing a green skin for a couple years now, at least green is sort of reflective of Steve Tepic, and this is where he is the Baron of. Now, I've been thinking about what to put up on top of these, and I have gone back and forth and back and forth, and I think what I'm going to do here, is going to do a flag, and I think what we'll just do is we'll just sort of fill this in like this, and then what I'll do is I'll come... where do we go? Right in the middle, I think. So we'll go in the middle, and then we'll just go up like maybe 3 of these, and then switch over to fences. So 1, 2, 3, and then all we'll do is we'll go 1 off to the side and 1 off to the other side. And then we'll just do, again, with this, and just do simple flag like this. I think that'll look really, really nice, and bring in just some color, something that's going to look good. Now we're going to come down a little bit. It's not just going to be that small. Can I reach it? I can't reach it. So what do we think? Little flags here. I think it looks pretty darn nice despite the rain and all that. But yeah, this is a really nice courtyard. Really, the last thing I want to do is I want to add some lighting in. I already sort of have this set up for lighting with these posts. That's why I put all the posts in, because each of these posts will have a lantern the whole way around, just to make sure this area is all lit up and safe for our inhabitants going to their trial date and all that kind of stuff. I think it looks really cool. I'm going to leave this open. If you fall in, that's on you, man. Like, look where you're stepping. Look up from your phone, kids. All right. So I'm going to get some lighting and some benches in here, and I think we're getting close to wrapping up this little project. I really like this little tiny episode. I mean, I love it. Hopefully you do as well. This may be the direction that we go just for a little while here. Like I said earlier, I got some stuff going on. So a little episode like this is going to be just what the doctor ordered, I think. So we're going to get right into the comment of the day. Putting it here from Jeremy DeRave. Putting it here too, as I'm not sure you'll see comments on older videos, which I do. I see all comments. Love the Fixxiverse, me and my son both. That's really awesome to hear. Hey Fixxitt, not an avid commenter, but have been following your stories for a good long while already. Wanted to ask a question and put out a suggestion. For the Pirate Bay, was there not going to be a house, mansion, place for the leader up on the ledge near the storage building? There was, and I completely forgot. I remember saying that in the video, and then I forgot because that video was like a month of work. Also a suggestion for Steelport, could you add a glass brick factory? You can include stonemasons and clerics, I think, to utilize villager trading and limit sand farming and clay farming. Same could work for terracotta. With the massive farms you have everywhere, emeralds should be fine, and you should be buying the product from factory workers. Just a thought, amazing content. There's something completely different on YouTube. Thanks for the entertainment. You know, that's a really interesting comment, and it's something that I 100% am going to do. I love that idea, because I have all these big buildings, and you know, some of them have stuff like this, a netherwort factory, kind of. Geez, I need to decorate the inside of that. This is supposed to be a, what is this? Is this the school? Yeah, this is like an elementary school, I think. And you know, I have some function to some of these, but what I really want to do is I do want to get into villager trading, and I want to set up an epic trading hall specifically for masons, because I think they're the ones who give you quartz. If not, I want to set one up for whoever gives you quartz, because I think this area is just so perfect for something like that. Oh, look at the town hall as it comes in, a city hall. I love it. Oh, this tree grew too. That's very nice. So I think that what we'll do is next time we work here in Steelport, we'll set up another factory similar to all these. I really want to set up a factory kind of right here in this empty area near the city hall, just to fill this space, so that way basically the courtyard that I did this time is going to stand out even more than it already does, because it'll be like more unique since there's going to be buildings. So I'll probably do a building like basically right here, and then we'll definitely have an alley to the back door of my storage building just for the sake of doing it. So yeah, so maybe the next episode that we work from Steelport, we're going to do that. We're going to set up a big mason trading hall, and what we'll do is in every trading hall, we'll also do one where there's something I can get stuff from, like Fletcher's or something for emeralds, you know, for basically free emeralds, or like librarians or something like that, just so I can have it all right there. Like I can use sticks, get the emeralds, and then go get as much quartz as I can until the trades need to lock for the day. You know what I mean? I think it's going to work really well. I think that's a really, really cool idea, and definitely something that we're going to do. I had thought about doing something up in this flat area, but I don't think so. I want to keep it where when you're walking in the main doors, you will. And eventually we'll get to decorating the inside of this as well. As you can see, I have not done that yet, but I will. You know, I'll be honest, I had actually ended this episode, and the more I was thinking about the episode and about how sort of little I got done, the more I was like, I can do more. I mean, this build it's fine. I mean, I like it. I like it for sure. I like the courtyard. I like how just sort of simple it is. It wasn't meant to be anything extreme, but I just feel like I could do a little bit more. So I came over here and I went ahead and built a parking lot, and I think it just looks really, really cool. It looks very modern. I mean, we're definitely moving up into the sort of the more modern ideas here. I am starting to put in some what do you call these lamp posts, just because I do want to light the whole thing up, and I'm just going with this sort of basic design, you know, nothing real special there. And yeah, I just think this, whenever you see it from a distance and you see, oh, this is where cars or horse and carriage or whatever is going to come in. I thought about doing hitching posts. I think I still might. I think what I might end up doing is making this like a full block right here, and then putting like a hitching post, so that way it's like if it is a horse and carriage, they would just have a place to hitch. Also, you saw me fighting the beacon, or fighting the wither there to make some beacons. I just kind of am out of beacons. I think I've just been leaving them around places, so I decided to go ahead and do that. I'm going to be bringing in a lot more leaf, but nicely like manicured plants along here. I think maybe not here as much, but like through in little areas like this, because I want to show that, yeah, you know, someone's taking care of this. This isn't just like nature. It's not just rando plants. It's like, you know, they have like probably like a gardener, a landscape person or a company or something that would actually do this and make sure that everything is sort of where it needs to be. So we'll do a lot more of that over time. The other thing I want to do today in this episode is I actually want to just sort of naturize this area over here. After I get all of the lighting put up, the lamps around the parking lot, I want to make just this, and probably, honestly, just do, I think probably just trees, just probably some random trees, maybe a few different kinds of trees, not a lot, not a ton, but just, you know, if there's this big area here, they'd probably just have a few trees. So might do a little park, maybe even a path, because I did leave this here. I left this sidewalk here because I thought, well, you know, people might walk through here, so maybe we'll do some picnic tables or something like that. But yeah, a little shaded area that I think could really add a lot to this front of this building. I made a decision here, and I thought I would just bring you all in and talk about it for a second before I take this down. So I just planted a combination of trees here, and I really like it mostly, except for the cherry blossom trees. And, you know, I wanted to use them because they're the new hot wood and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, I think that in this area at least, if I'm going to do cherry blossom trees, they need to be sort of purposefully planted. I can't just hodgepodge them around like I usually do with trees and leaves and all that kind of stuff because they're so incredibly different. So instead, I'm going to take these down. I'm using my fortune hoe to get as many saplings as I can because eventually I do want to actually do a cherry blossom grove. The nearest one from here is actually pretty far away. So I think I can just build one closer. So I'm going to take down these cherry blossom trees, come back in with basically a combination of flowering azaleas and oak, and hopefully get more of these big oak trees that make so much difference. Maybe a spruce here or there and birch, I think. I think that should probably do it. Just let all of these leaves sort of go away. All right, I think I am done for this episode for real this time, and I love it. By the way, check out the cherry blossom trees. Our good friend Jermsyboy updated his pack just for me, just for us to check it out, and they look so beautiful. You're going to get that if you go over to Jermsyboy's YouTube page. This is going to be released whenever the update comes out, so you can get your hands on these beautiful bushy leaves yourself. But for now, only I have it, and it's so great. So we have this little area in here that looks really nice, and I added in these benches, and I think they look super nice too. So a little grove here. I did take the time to actually make the ground look a little bit nicer. Nothing real special, just some patches of coarse dirt under trees, as you see. And I added these benches in here too, which are really nice. Some of them have backs, some don't. And I think that looks just great. I love this area. I can't wait to build buildings right here sort of beside it to really sell it. But for right now, I am very, very happy with our city hall, or Axium, if you will. So I'm going to see you all next episode from Survival with Fix. The next thing to have here on this channel is almost for sure going to be the Edwin Origins Mage 100 Days modded video. I'm still working on it, but it is really, really hard. So you're going to see that. It's probably been quite a long video, and you can check out the, 6 or 7 lore segments I have that our good friend Chaos was kind enough to voice all of Edwin's parts, as he always does. Special thanks to Chaos and Jerm for voicing today's lore segment, and I'll see you all next episode. Bye, everybody. Everybody, and welcome back to Survival with Fix. We are in Steelport, but we're not staying here that long. Just got to get some materials, but man, would you check out the sun setting. No shaders, sadly. They may be back once the full release of 1.20 comes, but for right now, we are just enjoying vanilla in all its goodness. That courtyard area I did outside of the Axium, or the city hall, oh, it looks so, so good. Even the parking lot is growing on me. I was a little about it, but I think it's really coming together. I grabbed a bunch of materials, and I'm ready to head off because we are heading to Gabor. Now, here in Gabor, I want to just check my ender chest for my 2 sniffer eggs that I so painfully got, and they're not there. So, where are they? Ah, yes, I traveled back to Steelport and I found them. They were in a chest labeled Sniffer stuff. So, yeah, of course they were. Now here's the plan. We have 1.20 now, and I want to get into some of the 1.20 stuff. I am so happy with all the things that they added. I have this armor trim area here in Gabor, and I think that the perfect place for an ancient dinosaur sort of beast would be in my ancient city, right? So there's this spot right here. It's just perfect. I haven't built any houses because I want to basically build all the stuff, all the gutsy stuff first, and then we'll just add houses around it to fill out the city. But this area right here, this smells like a sniffer pen. I mean, it doesn't yet, but once I put them in there and they start sniffing around and doing their business, it's gonna smell plenty bad. Don't even worry about that. After just a tiny bit of grind, I put in all of these walls. I think they look really, really good. I gotta make sure every single wall is at least 1.5 blocks high so that the sniffers and my villager, that's right, I'm gonna have a villager. I'll tell you more about that later, but so it can't escape. I actually got a great idea from Discord, who, my Discord is so amazing. I love the folks in there so much. And someone said, hey, villagers can plant sniffer drops. And that might be a great way to make sure they don't despawn. So yeah, that's gonna be the plan. We're gonna make sure that I have a villager who's gonna plant the sniffer plants as they get sort of sniffed out of the ground. And I have got to tell you, I have never seen these guys. I didn't really mess around with the snapshots at all. Their little animations are so cute. These are the baby versions, of course, and they're going to grow up to be giant. I don't think they can jump over this wall. I hope not. They are absolutely adorable. Now, I've been kind of hoping that they would search for a seed, but I don't think they search for a seed when they're little babies. It appears that they need to grow first. So
Next I'm going to build this sort of platform. It's a walkway for observing, and this isn't the zoo. I am going to have a zoo in the amusement park at some point, but that point is not yet. And first I want to start with this, where these guys can be viewed because they are going to be quite the scene. These are going to be absolutely huge things to come and see. I mean, literally huge, for people to travel all over to see resurrected dinosaurs in this world. It's going to be an awesome tourist destination. Now to address that villager that I talked about, I cannot bring a villager from the entire way from any of my breeders the whole way to Gabor. It's just too far. So I'm going to have to cure one. So we're going to get all the curing stuff and just wait for a zombie villager to spawn. Hopefully it won't be too long. Oh, I returned back to Gabor, and look, my sniffers are adult, and they want this torch flower. They want it. They want it bad. I really need a better system, though. I'm sure seeds are despawning right now because I'm just not watching it constantly, and I only have one torch flower and one of the other ones. I need 2 of the torch flowers to actually breed them. One of the religions here on Fixtopia is called the Sarkovian Lux. These people are essentially searching for the great tree. God? I'm not sure exactly. This tree, god, named Lux, came from another place, kind of a nature-filled garden, and decided to bring her power over all that is green here to this place. At first, I wrote off this religion as a simple myth of a non-technical people using a creation myth to make sense of the world. But I had an interesting conversation with the Sarkovian a few days back. She told me Lux had been stirring and was about to gift us with something from her garden. Only a few days later, one of our guards returned with a cherry blossom sapling he found while out on patrol. Yeah, weird, right? Look, I'm not saying I'm prepared to go all in on worshipping at her high treefulness, but I'd be lying if I did admit the timing of this new tree type, it's strange. While I'm sort of just kind of wandering around waiting for some more seeds so I can breed these, the idea is I want to get 2 more eggs, just in case something happens to these guys so I don't have to go back on an archaeology bender. But I have been planting some trees. I decided to go with the azalea tree since it's kind of a newer tree, and I thought it just fits in. The little walkway that I have going around with the mangrove is starting to look really good, but it needs a roof, and I have an idea for that. I head over to one of my absolute favorite kingdoms in this entire world, Booty Bay, where I had this enormous bamboo farm, because I knew that bamboo blocks were going to be a thing, and oh baby, I am all set on bamboo. I have double chest after double chest after double chest. In fact, actually, I need to redo this farm collection part somehow, and there's a lot more I want to do. There's this whole lush caves. I have so much to do in this world, but I'm just going to take as much bamboo as I can and get back to work. I started loading up my 2 shulker boxes that I brought with bamboo, and then thought, oh wait, I'll just make the blocks here. I'll get way, way, way more. These bamboo blocks are absolutely awesome. What an addition to the game. But huge news, I came back to Gabor and I found a wandering trader. Normally, blah, but this guy's actually selling nautilus shells, which is exactly what I need. I need 5 more, so let's go get some emeralds. After a quick trip over to New Hope, I grabbed as many emeralds as I had on hand and came back because I do not want this guy to despawn. This is for a future project, but I'm so glad to have it now. Finally, though, I was able to breed these sniffers. I got 2 of the torch flowers. They are slow moving. But once we get these guys actually breed, I'm going to get 1 egg, I'll get 2 eggs, I'm going to put those in a safe spot for a little bit. Then using my bamboo blocks, I put a roof on this little observing area because this is not a zoo. We're going to do a zoo in the theme park eventually, but this is like a place when you come to Gabor, you can see where the sniffers originally were bred or something. I don't know. I just think it's a cool thing. We'll do a zoo down the road. I may even do the same idea at the zoo, but for right now, I think it's really cool. It's a nice thing you can walk under, and y'all know how much I love to walk under stuff. And finally, I got 2 more torch flowers and I was able to get a second sniffer egg. Now, this allows some sort of automation in my world. I know I'm not the most technical person, but I think I have an idea. But I have been waiting every single night trying to get a zombie villager to spawn, and finally, I got incredibly lucky. I somehow got not one, but 2 zombie villagers to spawn right in the same area. It was a little bit crazy because of the 3rd additional zombie that wasn't really helping me out any, and then actually a 4th zombie. They all want to party, but once I got these 2 guys trapped, then I can actually cure them, and then we are in business. I don't need to make a breed or anything. I just want to have guys who will plant the Sniffer plants. Look at that. It actually worked really easily and quickly. Okay, put a roof on these guys so they don't burn, and I'm kind of stunned at how easy that was. Well, I was just saying how easy it was. It turns out that I guess they both didn't cure at the exact same time, and one of them, whoever got cured first, got killed. But okay, we still have one. A short 5-minute wait later, and we actually have 1 villager here in my Sniffer pen. Hooray! Now, I did hide lighting all out throughout the pen. I don't love doing that as much as we've talked about on stream, but it'll be okay. I also have gone around and made sure that no zombies can get into the Sniffer pen either. I made a little bit of farmland and put down a composter. As you can see, he's now officially a farmer, and every time he finds a seed from one of these sniffers, he should just walk over here and plant it, I think. I think that's how that works. At least that's what we talked about in Discord. I was doing a little bit of landscaping on the outside, and I came back and check it out. I got 2 planted seeds that I did not plant. So this works. The farmer is going to find the seeds, he's going to walk over here to the farmland and plant it. And then once they're fully grown, I'll just harvest it and put them somewhere else. I made this second field, and I think this field is actually going to be maybe a torch flower field, even though I do plan to use those in like farmland, but I think this would be a nice place since it is the ancient city and all that. Next, it's time to do some science. We're relocating to Titan Station because I want to set up a Sniffer lab. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Dallas Mead, and I love his series, and I want to have a lab of my own in my own world. So, we're going to create in this area a Sniffer place. So I have this cactus farm area here, and I set up 4 stalls for the upcoming Sniffers. I think it's going to work really, really well. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to do a minecart collection area for Sniffers. And then every once in a while, I'll just switch the Sniffers into different stalls. And then once I switch them 4 times, hopefully I'll have enough eggs. And we'll put them out to pasture in a farm upstate, right? Right? I am the least technical Minecrafter person ever, but I think since this is going to have such few drops, I can just have the rail run over 2 hoppers, because I mean, it's only going to get like 1 every couple minutes, so surely that'll be enough. And yeah, set up 4 rails, and we should be good to go. Oh, there's something special about placing these eggs, because I'm not done, obviously. There's no floor or anything yet, but I might as well just place them now, because they do take like 10 minutes to hatch, and then 20 minutes to grow after that, before they can even start producing eggs, or not eggs, torch flowers and stuff. So yeah, you know, I think the design is cool. I really love in this station that we didn't go with the traditional just white and went with something a lot more colorful. It's not in my wheelhouse, but I like it. I slapped a roof on, and I think it's going to be perfect. I just need for these 2 guys to grow up, and then once they get me a couple more torch flowers, I'll get 2 more eggs, and I'll put them in the other pens. Yeah, baby. This is good. I'll be honest, I wasn't planning on doing a Titan Station building episode, but I gotta be here for like at least an hour for these 2 to grow up and then get me torch flowers and then all that stuff. So I went and put a floor on this, and I don't know, I wanted to do checkered, but I didn't want to go very standard traditional black and white, and I think this kind of works. It's kind of cool. But seriously, only a couple minutes after that, I got 2 more torch flowers. I am now ready to breed these guys and get another egg. A good deal of building later, and I actually put in the front of this sort of facade for the cactus farm. I need to box in the whole thing because I'm actually losing a lot of cactus on the outside. Not that I need it, I truly do not. I have so much cactus now, but I got now a total of 6 more seeds, 4 more torch flowers. I'm ready to get my final egg. This is Minecraft now, breeding Sniffers in space on moss carpets, right? I mean, this is how it works. It's just amazing. So these guys, yeah, oh my, they are really slow. They are really slow moving. But hey, there we go. We got another egg, so we can move on. And in fact, well, we can't really move on yet. I need backup eggs. I decided I want backup eggs because if something goes wrong, if the Endermen kill the Sniffers, or if they glitch out or whatever, I want to have 2 more eggs so I don't do the archaeology thing as mentioned. So while I'm waiting, I have got to fix this furnace array. It doesn't work. It's too long. So like the materials don't get all the way down before they're done smelting. So basically I need to split it in half. this is going to be just a monstrous pain because I'm going to have to essentially do it from the beginning and double the collection part. And yeah, this is going to take a while. A great deal of time later, I managed to actually do it where I doubled this, and I'm going to actually add 2 or 3 more furnace arrays because this is going to be my major super smelter for the entirety of this world. If I have like 100 stacks of glass, this is going to be where I come. Well, more than that. If I have like 700 stacks of glass I need to make, this is where I'm going to come. Getting those back up eggs, getting those back up eggs. It takes so long, but I think we're just about done. You know, these guys, this may be the last time I deal with these without leads for a little while, because, yeah, wow, man. Hey, at least, you know what, this gate system, it does work perfectly. The whole system works perfectly. I got everything is all set up. And now it's time for the question or comment of the day. This one comes from Imagine That Neat, Huh? It says, I feel so bad for both Fred and Hank. Fred's scared because he lost James and the cold is only getting worse. As for Hank, he's scared of what will happen when he goes to recharge. I just feel so bad for those guys. Steve and Edwin's confusion and uneasiness really adds to that as the rest of the crew do the best to get prepared for Cal. I'm so invested, it's almost stupid. Hats off to you though, Fix. The fact that you've been able to create such an intriguing story and one that I'm pretty dedicated to watch is amazing. Thank you so much for this series, Fix. It's a hell of a ride. I can't wait to see what it come to a conclusion. Well, it's going to be a long time before we get to a conclusion. Again, day 10,000 is the Cal attack, so we're not even halfway there yet, and who knows to say what happens after that, if there isn't after that, if they are successful and all that. But thank you so much for the kind words, and also the comments on everything. I see you all who comment on every video. I do try to respond to most, or at least heart every comment, but I assure you that I read every comment, so it really means a lot on all 3 channels. Hey, speaking of 3 channels, let's just talk about that for a quick second. Fixxitt412, that's the channel you're watching right now. This is going to be for highly edited, lore-driven Minecraft survival videos exclusively. All these videos are going to be really just like what you've seen. Very often voiceovered with lore segments, all that kind of stuff. The usual. The second channel is Fixxitt412 Off the Record, or OTR. That's for much more relaxed, behind-the-scenes sort of content. Right now, I'm releasing daily Mage modded Minecraft videos over there, where I'm going to take all the footage after 100 days and put together for a major lore-driven video on this channel. But if you want to see the daily sort of old-school Let's Play, very relaxed, kind of working things out as we go over there with commentary, it's not just silent behind-the-scenes stuff, then check that out. The last channel is Fixxitt412 Games, and that's where I'm playing Lego Star Wars, Horizon Zero Dawn, other games I find on either Xbox Game Pass or Steam, and I'm having just a great time trying to build that up. If you want to see that kind of stuff, go check it out. It's a lot of fun. Regardless, though, that's it for me today. Hopefully, I'll see you over on those other 2 channels. If not, I'll see you next time for right here from the survival world. Thanks so much for spending part of your day with me. I'll see you all next time. Oh, hello everybody, and welcome back to Survival with Fix. It's been a while. I have been working really hard on my Off the Record channel. If you're missing out, you're missing out. What can I say? I've been doing a lot of behind the scenes footage, recording the next 100 days video, which is going to be an Edwin Origins video. I think you're really going to like the storyline, but I have felt the pull. I felt the pull of returning back to this great world, and we're going to work on the docks today. Now, as you can see, I took a lot of time watching a lot of Marvel movies, and I filled in all of the docks the whole way down to the bottom. That's right, they're not floating docks. They are actually going down to the ocean surface. Deal with these dudes, and then let's get on with all the work that we have to do. Now, the very first thing I want to address is it's a lot of gray. It's gray on top of gray. So I'm going to bring in this granite and brick mixture that I use on one part of the docks. I'm going to wrap it the entire way around my storage building just to make sure that this isn't like death by stone and cobblestone, right? It's really going to make the black roads pop and the gray stand out a little bit more. Just a couple seconds later, I got all of this laid out. I am really hurting for clay. I'm going to have to do some serious farming at some point, but yeah, it looks pretty darn good. I like it. It really does give that sort of accent up here at the top that I'm looking for. But
But before I go any further with the actual building of the dock, I gotta get the roads laid out. I want to continue the old Blackstone roads all throughout this entire area. It's gonna be a little bit painful. I already put in this nice mixture I have of sidewalk, but yeah, I gotta get the roads going down to the bottom because this is where the carts or trucks, I haven't decided yet if there's gonna be trucks in this world, but this is where the vehicles of some sort are gonna go pick out all the stuff and take them to the ships and do the dock working stuff, you know? Know what I mean? I totally ran out of Blackstone, so I came over to the Nether, and I forgot that I had set up a beacon in the Nether, and wow, what a difference it makes. I mean, look, I do not really enjoy mining in Basalt Delta, but this is wonderful, and yeah, that's the reason why I don't really enjoy mining in Basalt Delta. You just hit constant pockets of lava, but still, I'm willing to sacrifice some Blackstone to the lava god because I'm getting so much so fast thanks to this beacon. I laid out the beginning of some roads after I came back, and I think I have this ramp kind of worked out here. It's just gonna come down here and then turn sort of very hard turn, and I'm not crazy about that because if it is a truck, it's gonna be pretty tough, but I gotta get a vehicle down here because this is what's gonna take the sort of shipping containers onto the eventual boats and stuff. I mean, we gotta go industrial here. We're going industrial all the way, so I don't know. I'm not crazy about this. Now, I have a cool idea for a crane that I actually got from Lord Dakar, who's just an amazing sort of modern builder in particular. He does all the stuff great, but and I'm going to be adding that. But before I add that, I got to get the roads set up and figure out exactly where I want them to be. Also, this area right here, blah, we got to get some sidewalks laid out here. It's just going to help the city, you know, get rid of this grass, get rid of the unfinished part. Let's just make the city look, well, like a city, okay? Another thing I want to be able to add for this industrial thing is some garage doors for some storage. Now, I have this dripstone area. This is where I actually turn mud into clay, but I think I'm going to make it into a garage door. Like maybe the clay is made down here in the bottom and a cart. I don't think I'm going to do trucks. I don't think I want to do vehicles in this world. I just feel like it's too immersion breaking. But so like a cart would back up to this and get the dripstone or get the clay or whatever right out of that pretty cool looking garage door. But next is the thing that you may have been waiting for, or probably not, but I've never made a conduit before, but a wandering trader spawned last episode, and I have enough Nautilus shells to actually make one. I am very excited. I've never done this before. I've seen it done on videos, but I've never done it myself. This is my first ever Minecraft conduit. Yeah, finally Update Aquatic has meaning to me. And yeah, I think you have to wrap it around this way. This is so cool. It's a cool design. Boy, this is part of the game it's just never been an area that I focused on, but I really want a landscape under the water here so that it's reasonable that a ship could actually work. And check it out. My first ever conduit. Oh, baby, there it is. Oh, look, it's a thing of beauty.
Oracle, are you there?
Edwin, I am.
We have a problem. We managed to re-establish communication with Fred in the future. However, he attempted to bring James out of some sort of coma, and using a form of druidic magic I'm unaware of, somehow transported James somewhere else.
Oh my!
Am I correct that you still can't see Fred or contact him before he tried his damned idiotic spell?
I can't see Fred in your time or his future timeline. Unless he found his way to a nexus point, I suppose.
Does this nexus point persist in the future?
It may. I have no way of knowing. Though if James is on a different world now, I should be able to find him in time.
I'm worried time is exactly what we do not have. Not only is Fred bumbling through magic and losing my friend James the problem, we have another issue.
Oh no!
Whatever is happening to Mr. Grady in Perseverance, it's spreading.
All right, now the actual work happens. I set up a beacon, and luckily I can get rid of these little islands and these weird sort of outcroppings of rocks, because I want to have a huge cargo ship in the dock. Now look, I'm not doing the cargo ship today. That's going to take some time, but the idea is I want to prepare for it, and there's no way a cargo ship, a big one, can fit in this area right here. So this island and a lot of the other little areas, they got to go. Now I've been doing some grind. I've built this gantry crane, which I did not know the word for this. I started the outline of it anyway. It's from a Lord Dakar sort of tutorial where he really talked about, and he is such a fantastic builder in this style, far more than me. But I want to try to simulate some of the ideas. And the idea is it's this crane that can pick up shipping containers and then put them down on a ship. Now, often these cranes can move, they're on rails. I'm not going to do one of those. I'm going to do a static crane because I want to fill up this whole area with shipping containers, and there's not really going to be enough room for it to move. But to really sell the idea of what it is, I need to actually have a shipping crate hanging down there. So I did the first one, and I gotta tell you, I don't love it. I love the chains coming down. I think I like the deep slate maybe, but it doesn't sell it. Maybe it's like too wide and fat, maybe. Even after adding some light up there and adding in a little bit more color up on top, I'm still not really crazy about it. I've been trying to add in a lot more detail, just using like iron bars, ladders for ways for the workers to get on and up, but it's not doing it for me. I need to figure out exactly what's wrong. Again, trying to work this out, I narrowed it by a whole block on either side to make it a lot more long and narrow. I think it's something like 9 by 5 now, and it really is a lot better. I really like it a lot. I'm still not crazy about the deep slate, but using some stone cutters to sort of show the wheels that would move this thing back and forth, I think it works. You know, sometimes when you're building something, you need to sort of flush out your mind. And the way I do it is I just move to another area. So we're going to take a little bit of a detour on this episode and move over to, we're going back to Fixxiverse, to the theme park, because I have an idea for a build that I think is going to be a good palate cleanser for my own brain. Then we'll come back and work more on the docks. I need to just clear my brain, so I'm going to build some roads going around the castle of the theme park here. It's just been sort of an empty plateau that I built a long time back, and I think it's time that we address it. Eventually we're going to add some builds in, but at least let's put the roads down first. Have I mentioned that I do long plays now? Yeah, it's a new thing on Fixxitt412 Off the Record. My second channel should be linked down in the description down below. And I did a long play. Where I built all of these roads and a few other things, including this bridge and beautiful stream area. If you really like long plays, now I'm doing them a little bit different than what I've seen. A lot of people either use just the ambient sound of Minecraft or the Minecraft music. I decided I'm a musician, right? So I decided to pick out some really cool jams that I like and put them on. So if you want to just play some music, watch some Minecraft in the background, long plays, every few days I'm putting out a long play, which is basically behind the scenes footage of this world. So all the stuff I'm doing in this world, like this stream, like the bridge, like the roads, that kind of stuff, I'm just going to be recording it, putting up in long play format on the second channel. And if that's your thing, throw it in the background. I think you could really enjoy it. So it's been a real fun time for me to really pick out the music that I really like. I did a couple lo-fi jams. I have a couple acid jams coming on the way and some other cool stuff. I think you'll like it. It's been a couple days. I think I'm ready to get back to work on this because I have some ideas now. Just looking at it, okay, there's some issues, but I think I know exactly what to do to make it better. First thing, this storage container, it's got to go. It's terrible. Changing out this deep slate is going to be the very first thing. I need colorful stuff, industrial pictures, everything I could find from sort of industrial ports, shipping ports, all that kind of stuff. They're colorful. They're very colorful. Gray? No, got to go. This is so much better, but I need to sell the concept. And to sell the concept, I need to lean into it, which means I need a lot more shipping containers. One, looks very weird. If I put 20 up, okay, it looks a lot less weird. It's going to look kind of like it's intended to be. This little outcropping of rocks, though, it's got to go. Even just adding one more, and it's still red, and I need to bring in other colors because the shipping containers that I've seen on Google Images are very, very colorful. So I need a lot more of them, but even just having two is starting to sell the concept, starting to sell the idea. Okay, now you see what it is. That's cool. That works. Trying to go as colorful as I can. I added yellow, couple blue ones. I even put one sort of going sideways. Yeah, it's starting to look a lot better, but I need more. I need a lot more. Way more than even maybe I thought. I need to go all around the docks to really sell what this is, right? I think so. Now, time for some IRL stuff. I'm going to get into this in an update video down the road just a bit, but I talked about this on Discord. If you're in my Discord, you know what is about to come out. So I'm going to be moving. Me and my boys are going to be moving to a different place, and that means there's going to be some changes. And one of them is taking care of myself, sort of my internal fitness. Oh, look how good those look. I'm trying to make sure that I have a place where I can really continue to exercise and work out and sort of be full-time with my kids and all that kind of thing. So I have switched from doing my bench press and my shoulder press and all that kind of stuff to just doing very simply push-ups, horizontal rows, and they're called V-ups. Is it like an ab core thing? So if you're curious to what that is, I know I used to give updates on my sort of fitness progress like crazy. I've gained a couple pounds, but I'm still hovering around 205 or so, which is down from my 270 height. So that's still pretty good, though I'd like to be down in the 100s at some point soon. So I'm still working on it. Every other day, basically, I do 3 sets of each and just trying to add in a rep to each set every single day and get up into some, maybe some higher rep weights and push-ups and stuff like that. But it's been a little bit of a struggle to keep that. But every time I do exercise and work out, I feel mental sort of clarity that is important and an emotional refreshing bit that is important to me. So I am staying on it. I know a lot of people have been reaching out saying, hey, take care of yourself. And yeah, thank you for that. It does mean a lot. I'm taking care of myself, taking care of my kids, and we're going to be good. Update video with everything coming soon. Today's comment or question of the day comes from Bethany Bones. Please continue with shaders. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to continue with shaders. I just got Complimentary Reimagined, and now that 1.20 is officially out, I tried to do a few episodes without shaders, and I just can't. I like playing with shaders, and until my frames get too bad that I can't anymore, I will be continuing with shaders. So hope that's okay with everyone. If you are a shader hater, let me know in the comments and let me know why. It just makes the game feel so much more immersive to me. So even with the cloud going through my building right there, I just love them. So yeah, so future episodes, including all the long plays. I'm not sure about the modded stuff. Probably not as much because modded is a lot harder on the computer and slows down. But yeah, I will be continuing with shaders after this episode. I decided to go ahead and put them in for the question or comment of the day just to check out the builds. And yeah, I mean, look how beautiful it is. Do shaders help your builds look better? Yeah, they sure do, but also I just think they just make you feel like you're actually running around in the world or flying through the world or whatever. It's lovely. So yeah, I will be. Before I go, though, I have new YouTube member rewards and a very special super thanks that I got. I think it's my first super thanks. So anyone who donates a super thanks of $5 or more, let's say that, is going to get an apartment somewhere in Steelport with their name on it. That's just a simple thing that I can do to say thank you. And my very first super thanks is from Hey, it's Ori. So thank you for that super thanks. But since I'm talking about that stuff, and since I will be living sort of on my own with my boys, let me talk about some membership stuff that I've changed in order to help, my family out, basically. So anyone at the $2 level, and you can join both channels if you want to, either or. I'm not saying join both, but you can join either my main Fixxitt412 channel or Fixxitt412 Off the Record. Either one is the same perks. It's the $2 level is going to get you a statue built for you in the upcoming End Temple. The $5 tier will get you access to the upcoming supporter server Realm of Vastin, which I will be playing and recording from, and the $10 level is going to get you a long play recording of any build you want in the city you want. You can see Discord for more details on that, but if you have an idea of something you want built in this world, that's the place to do it. That's going to do it for this episode of Survival with Fix. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I'm going to be putting out another one very soon. I already started on the builds with some of those long plays, so look for it very soon. Thanks so much. Love y'all. Appreciate the support. It really means more than you could ever know. And we'll see you all next time. Bye, everybody. Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Survival with Fix. Well, the last episode we did these beautiful docks, these industrial shipping containers and all that kind of stuff, getting ready for some boat action, all that stuff. but I have been really taken up by doing some of these long plays over on the Fixxitt412 Off the Record channel. By the way, look at that. These complimentary reimagined with the colored lighting. Oh man, it's so nice. It's like RTX, I guess. It's super, super cool. But I've been doing some serious work here in this world, and I want to show it off all to you. So we did the town hall, the Axium, right over there, and then we did this outside area to it over here, which is a beautiful landscaping thing. But then you may notice this building, and this is very unfinished, obviously in the front here, but you might think, well, what the heck is this building, Fix? I've never seen this before. Well, that's because you're not watching the long plays. So this is my new masonry factory. Check it out. I have all these villagers. They're all masons, and the reason why I have them is because this is my new source of quartz and bricks. I will no longer need to go clay farming ever again, because I have actually I've converted these guys twice, and I think I'm going to do it again because still it's down to 7 stone. I'd like that to get down to 1 stone so I don't even have to go mining hardly at all to get these. And then we're going to get all these into expert. A few of them aren't, but most of them are down to expert here. I just kind of ran out of emeralds. Like these diamond ones go all the way down to quartz blocks. And I've been getting a lot of stuff. Now, I think I have this area pretty well zombie-proof, though. I think the one area of concern is that zombies could spawn up on that ledge and then fall down here, live, and come over here and get them. So I do need to deal with that today. That's going to be something that we do. I don't think I have any more villagers back. Yeah, that's my zombie buddy, Jimmy. And he's the one who's in charge of converting all these guys whenever I decide I need a better discount. So if you continue out of here, not only are we going to work on finishing this factory, this masonry factory, which, by the way, I use that beautiful carpet trick. If you don't know what it is, all you have to do is you make a 2 or 3 block deep pit, and then you put a torch, and then you put a carpet on top of the torch, and zombies think that to fall, and they will not walk on it. So it's basically you can have an open door policy into the factory and not have any fear of zombies eating your guys. Like I said, unless they spawn up there, which that is a concern, and that's something I have to deal with. But I did more work. I did more, not just that. Not only have I done the shipping containers and the docks and a bunch of other stuff, but if we take a little jaunt over to the Fixxiverse theme park, well, let's take a look. Oh, I love this theme park so much. This probably is my very favorite part of this entire world. I mean, all of it. I just love all of it. I love the scale and the size, the big wheel, the giant wheel. I love that, and I love seeing this castle and the vantage point, but I also love this, my medieval tavern. So I decided that around the castle, I wanted to have some shops, some restaurants, stuff like that for all the patrons of my amusement park to eat at, make some money after all. We got to keep this place afloat. And I thought the first place would be maybe just a restaurant. So we built this little medieval looking restaurant. I just feel like it fits around the castle perfectly. So, oh man, the Witch's Den Tavern, super cool. I mean, you know, right, it's simple. It's like people are just gonna come in here and eat, and there'd be some beautiful music hanging out there and all that kind of stuff. But I did another long play, and I'm going to continue doing these. So basically what I'm doing is whenever I sit down to play Minecraft and it's late at night and I'm fairly convinced that I got a couple hours without anyone coming down and needing my help for anything, I'm just going to record from this world. It'll be a long play format with tunes, right? So instead of just use the Minecraft soundtrack, because I think a lot of people do that, I decided to, since I'm a musician, pick out some tunes that really mean a lot to me, and that's what I'm doing. So I did a couple that are like acid jazz. I did a couple that are lo-fi jams, and just some stuff that I just think is cool, and I put on tunes, play some Minecraft, all that kind of stuff. I think you'd enjoy it. So I did the stream on one, I did that medieval tavern over there one, I did some stuff in Steelport one. So I think I'm gonna basically do another one, and probably gonna do it right about now. I want to add another place, maybe a gift shop. I think a gift shop for the amusement park could be really good. You know, there's a lore reason that this is here. The reason why this amusement park is here is because Steve Tepek needs to attract people from all over this world to come here and aid in the fight against Cal, because basically we're running out of time. We're about halfway through. We're getting close to halfway through the time between when Steve Tepek appeared in this town and in this world, and when Cal is coming to destroy it all. So we need to make this amusement park something really, really special to get people from all over the world to come check it out. And then while they're here, like a timeshare appointment, we're going to bombard them with, hey, by the way, there's an evil robot AI that's coming here to destroy you all. You guys should stay here and pitch in and help. And, you know, that's kind of the very loose lore behind getting an opportunity to build an amusement park, right? I mean, just go with me, right? All right, I'm going to do a long play. Right now, we're going to build a gift shop somewhere right in this area. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Now, I do want to say that I changed plans right before I was about to record that long play. I thought, oh wait, I should check on my gold tier rewards. Because if you don't know, for any gold tier members of either channel, this channel or the Fixxitt412 Off the Record channel, you get a build, a long play build of anything you want in the world. I mean, subject to negotiation. Like if you pick a castle, we may negotiate that down to something else. But I built this for cheese. So cheese, this is for you. It's a cheese restaurant sort of eatery place, you know, big cheese icon. So you come up here and it's like, oh, cool, cheese. And it's called Say Cheese, Please. That's the name of it. And yeah, you come in here and you would order your cheese. I still got to work out the interiors. I actually ran out of glass, so I got to smelt up some glass. There's a couple more little things I could do. And then there's no seats. This is where you just stand here and sample your cheese, maybe some wine. I think that could be really nice. You come over here, maybe free samples as you're walking by. Ooh, this tastes really good. I should go in here and say cheese, please, and order my cheese. I think it's a really cool idea. I think the build itself is just cool. It fits in, it blends with that really, really well. It went with slightly different, like a deep slate variation up there, and with cobblestone and crackstone brick in the bottom here instead of all stone brick, just to make it a little bit different. But basically, it's just going to blend in. All the houses that we're going to do around the castle are going to be like this, because this is a theme park, right? This isn't a real medieval village where different people would build all these different houses. This is like a corporation, right? Like Steve Tepek's corporation would have built all these houses very together, like sort of all at the same time. So yeah, so more seating over here that's looking over this beautiful little water area where eventually steamboats are going to go down through. Oh man, I'm so excited. I love the Fixxiverse theme park. So yeah, this in the shadow of this castle, I just think this is such a cool little build. Very, very traditional Minecraft, and I really like it. Really like it a lot. But you know, leaving the theme park, I have another problem, and that is that this is not connected. Now, it's not that far. I am trying to keep everything really closely together, but this is the one area of my entire world that is not connected at all. You can see, if I head east from the Fixxiverse theme park, there's just nothing but nature, a woodland mansion, and then eventually you get to New Hope. I've been running Bobby recently, thanks to our good friend Jermsyboy putting me onto it, and it's so nice. You can see the Arc Tower, you can see all these different little areas that are, again, really, really close to each other, but normally they would be outside of Minecraft render range, and there's New Hope coming in down there on the bottom left. So what I want to do next, because we're getting close to 5,000 days, and 5,000 days is a big mark for me, because first, I plan on doing a 5,000 day animated movie. I've actually written the script. I'm going to get all my friends to do the voice acting. You're going to love it, and it's going to further the storyline up, you know, through. But before I get into the movie, I want to make sure that the world download is set for everybody to download and be able to find stuff. And the only way you can really find stuff in Minecraft World is for roads to be connected to everything. Oh, I love this Bobby mod. So I just bumped up the render distance 64 chunks. Now, it would be difficult to play with this because you're getting real framey, but look, you can see the giant wheel at the Fixxiverse theme park. You can see the arcane reception coil. Actually, these aren't even loaded in yet. And over there, you can see the entire way to Steelport and Frostmire Castle up there. And I am directly above New Hope. So you can see everything right there. I don't think you'd be able to see the whole way to Gabor. I think that's just a little bit too far, but man, you can see basically the whole world. Like over there is Perseverance is like right about where my arrow is, but down underground, of course, given that it's an ancient city. Yeah, how freaking cool is this? You can see the airship's over there, the guardian ship. Man, this is just awesome. Oh man, I wish I got like awesome frames. I wish I could play like this. That would be so amazing. I just finished a 2.5 hour long play, and what I did was I did road I did road landscaping. What was I going to say? Manicuring? No, not manicuring at all. I did road landscaping, and it's good. It's good. I really like how it turned out so far. So let's just take you through this area. So this is where the road is going to be leading up to the Fixxiverse theme park. Right there is going to be the eventual grand entrance here, and you just go this direction. direction, you can see where not only did I cut down many of the trees on sort of both sides of the road, as you can see there's just saplings everywhere, but additionally I did a lot of landscaping where I really sort of made not flat road, but a gradual up and down instead of having to do stairs. I really don't like stairs on roads, so at least everything is basically slabbed. There's a couple of sort of problem areas. One thing that's really cool is I found a spider spawner right here. So I don't know. I don't really plan to use that anytime soon or whatever, but it's kind of cool that it's just there. It's like right on the surface of the road. So we can make that into a feature if I ever need just string, though my general purpose mob farm is much better than I think a spider spawner would be, but regardless, either way. So you have this going all the way over here. Now there's two really cool areas and areas of problem, like I said. Oh, another little thing, there's a dripstone cave right in there. So I just brought a little bit of dripstone that I might do something with later, but if you go down in that way, you can see there's a dripstone cave started. So that's kind of cool too. But if you go over here, you'll notice I got to get way up there. So this is going to be the resort. This is going to be the place where like a hotel, I don't know, like just a resort, I guess the only really way to describe it. And I want people to be able to get from, anywhere to the resort and then down here, but there's this really steep cliff. So I'm going to do later on an incline. Now I live in Pittsburgh, as many of you know, and Pittsburgh is fairly famous for having a couple inclines that go from a mountain right just next to the city down to the downtown. So I'm going to build an incline here later on that I think would be really, really cool. So you'll be taking the incline up from this little tiny custom cliff that I did. This actually does go right to the entrance. Oh, look, is that an evoker? Maybe an evoker. If it is, I'm going to run away. Anyway, this is going to be the road that goes this way and goes right along here, down this little way over here. I did have to do a switchback because it was just a little too steep. So whenever I got to this area, I turned it and then went over there, and I'm going to go down to over here and then straight down the side of the mountain. A couple little custom cliff areas over here. Follow this all the way over here. This is going to have to be a big bridge, which could be a really cool bridge. Oh, I never explored this little place. What's this? Oh, another dripstone cave. That's cool. Very tiny. Oh, okay. That's okay. Oh, geez. Okay, there we go. Creeper. Okay, anyway, like I was saying, you just go follow this road all along here. With this awesome Bobby render distance, you come right into the new entrance to New Hope. I think it's going to be really, really cool. Now, next thing I want to do is I want to use a bunch of this gravel and dirt that I have gotten, because I've gotten a lot of gravel and dirt. I'm going to start going crazy and just doing coarse dirt all along this road to make it fit. But first I have to repair my tools. The sickness is spreading in Perseverance, and it's more than a little concerning. Though no one has died yet, the symptoms are extremely similar to what was going on with Mr. Grady a few weeks before he lost consciousness for the last time. The last report about Mr. Grady himself said he's still with us, but he hasn't been conscious in some time. We don't exactly have IVs and modern medicine here, so he's been, I don't know, in a coma for months now, and yeah, it doesn't seem to be losing weight or getting worse. He's just laying there. I don't know. I really need to build a proper hospital soon to help with this, and oh man, I hate to use this word, but this might be a plague. In the meantime, we've quarantined Perseverance and hope to find a cure soon. My goodness, that was a lot of grind. Oh, baby, that was a lot of grind. But you know what? We got the roads are now connected. Are they really, really, really nice? No, not that nice. They're okay. I didn't even do slabs yet. Eventually, probably I'll pick some block that has a slab, maybe mud or something, and bring that in as a third variant, just so you don't have to sort of do the jump thing, because that'll be right there. That does bother me a little bit, but that's okay. There's one more huge thing that we have to do this episode, and that's going to be build a bridge. So I want to build a big bridge because there's this. I'm going to do the incline at a later date. That's right here. But if you go up here a little bit further, you go up sort of up on top of this. I don't know. Is it a mountain? Plateau? Maybe would be more apt of a term. But you come down here. All this is okay. All this is okay. But then you get to this area right here, and this needs to be a bridge, and it needs to be a pretty big bridge. Honestly, it's fairly large. Look at that. There we go. It's a route. So I need to get from this island over to there. Now there's two big problems. One is this is a lot lower than that, so that's gonna make this a little bit more of a complicated build. Secondly, is it's slightly at an angle, so I'm gonna have to make a slightly angled bridge going from here to up there. So I think what I'm gonna do, this is a perfect long play, so I think I'm gonna record a long play of doing this bridge, maybe a time lapse as well. Try to do this all in one go after I get the kids to bed, and see what we can come up with here. Hopefully something really, really great. So maybe insert time lapse here. Yeah, so I like the bridge. I think it's pretty darn nice. I mean, you know, I wanted to make it wide because the idea is that carts could go there. That's a mighty steep drop. So eventually what I may end up doing is sort of gradually getting rid of the stairs. I wanted that sort of fall off here, but then I started thinking carts after I already made it, and like, carts are gonna have a hard time with that hill. So I think what I may end up doing is coming back in later on, not today, but later on, and just changing out these stairs for slabs and just make it sort of gradually get up there. I think it'd just be a lot better for carts. I like the shape of this for a footbridge, but yeah, it probably wouldn't work for vehicles. But I'm really happy with this. You know, we got some very simple little custom cliff areas set up here. We have roads that now connect my entire world, which has been really, really always important to me. And whenever we start the Realm of Vastin up around in September or so, that's a big giant rule of that place too. So yeah, it's just good. You know, like it feels good. It feels like the world is as it should be. But let's get on to the comment or question of the day. Gamer Zenith says, as soon as I saw that black shipping container, I knew you'd end up changing it to a bright color because it does look very odd. Otherwise, I sure did. They usually have writing, especially numbers, if you end up wanting to add more detail. I've been thinking about that, but I don't think they're quite big enough to add big blocky Minecraft numbers, unless they use banners and Wishing you all the best on your house searches. So the reason why I picked this comment for the comment of the day is because I found a house. I found a house in the same school district for the boys, and we put an offer and they accepted it. So we're still got to do the inspections and all that kind of stuff, and that stuff does take some time. But hypothetically, I should be in and moved by the time the school year starts. And thankfully, and most importantly, they're going to be able to stay in the same school district, which is a really, really, really good school district for specifically like special needs and autism and stuff in particular. So yeah, I'm really happy like we can keep all of the sort of special therapy programs that we had for OT for my occupational therapy for my younger son, and speech for my younger son, and all of the autistic support services that we have in place for my older son. So yeah, we're really really fortunate that we found it. It's a really little but really nice house, and in a nice little area that's safe for kids, a nice yard that they'll be able to play in. We'll be able to play catch with my boys and all that kind of stuff. So things are looking up, but I did want to give you a report on that, because since I sort of made the I guess grand announcement of what's going on IRL, I do want to keep y'all all posted, because let's face it, my channel isn't quite doing the numbers that it was doing before. So if you're here still, if you're some of the people that are still hanging out here, then I think that we have sort of a special relationship, and I do mean that. I mean that sincerely. So here's where we're at for this series and leading up to 5,000 days, because I got a couple special things I want to talk about before I sort of end this episode. Yeah, okay. I got to do some sort of decoration on that building. That needs a little bit of work for sure. But we are on day, officially, day 4698. So I'm going to sort of work on this for about 2 more days, just sort of off camera, just just basically put in a couple windows, a little bit of detail work and stuff like that. I think it looks generally good because remember, there's going to be buildings right up next to it. So I think it looks generally good and cool. But the next 3 episodes are all going to be 100-day episodes from this world because I have 3 big projects that I want to do that I think are going to be really fun. So there's only 3 episodes left until day 5,000. On day 5,000, I'm going to take a little bit of a break from this world because I'm going to be doing an animated, like, feature-length film of my little lore segments, but all new. Wow, what are you doing up there? What are you doing up there? How did you even get there? How did you get there, villager guy? What the heck? What the heck? There's no way out. Is there a way out? No, there's no way out. How did he get over here? Villager, you are in just a terrible place. You're in a terrible place. Anyway, so after we get to day 5,000, I am going to be doing 300-day movies I'm really, really excited about. And basically furthering on the story of this entire world. It should be really, really cool and setting up basically the second half of this series because this series is a 10,000-day series. So I'll be setting up the second half of it, and I think you're really going to like it. So basically, I got 3 episodes left, 3 big 100-day survival projects that I think you'll really enjoy. And then after that, on to the animated film. So kind of looking up there. Might be the next one, but we'll see. All right. Love you all. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you all next time. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Survival with Fix. Well, we are leaving our beautiful industrial home of Steelport today, and we're headed just over to the next kingdom called Frostmire Castle, and it's right over there, and oh man, it's beautiful, but it needs some work, and that's what we're going to spend some time today doing. In fact, we're going to spend exactly 100 days. I'm going to see how much I can get accomplished in 100 days working on this castle. We're 300 days away from day 5,000. Day 5,000 is a big one because that's when I'm going to be doing the full movie, which is going to propel our storyline forward into the next phase, into the second half of this beautiful world that we have here. So let me get some deep slate mined. I got to mine a lot of it because we're going to work on the roads first, and I decided I want deep slate roads over there just to be a little bit darker than the stone. So I got some mining to do. I'll see you on the other side. Well, I just mined out an absolute ton of deep slate, and it's time to get into the project of the day. We are already several days into my 100, and I got to get busy right over here. Now, the first thing I gotta do is I have these giant buildings here, and they are just floating. That's not good. That's not how physics works, or gravity, or any of that. So yeah, I need to actually connect them to the ground. Now, instead of connect them down to the ground, I'm gonna build the ground up to them. And are we gonna have some sort of floating landscapes? We are, but once you're standing on them, you'll never even know. So first thing I gotta do is I gotta build some roads. I'm gonna be using all these deep slate slabs I just made to go from here down to there, and then wrap around up to there, and then come around here. I want a flowing sort of mountaintop roadway system, so then I can build more buildings that are all connected to the roads. But first I gotta figure out exactly where the roads are. I gotta figure out how to get up to there with the landscape, and I'm not sure exactly how that's going to be. There's definitely going to be some like snowy cliffs and stuff like that too, but for right now, let's just get the roads put down. So yeah, let's get working here. Well, it's night on the 7th day, and I am out of deep slate. All that deep slate that I brought with me, yeah, it's all gone. But I've done some work here. All I did is I basically replaced all the exterior stone here with deep slate because I want the roads to be different. I want them to be darker than the build, and the build is obviously, it's all stone build. So I really want to make sure that all the walkways sort of just pop and doesn't look like it all blend in, because otherwise these walls would just sort of seamlessly go into the land landscape. I don't really want that, especially considering I'm going to have a lot of cliffs, and the cliffs are probably going to be stone and andesite and stuff like that. So I forgot that I had a beacon over there, so I made a whole mess of my mining, but I am replacing all the stone around here and then going to put in more deep slate. But unfortunately, I got to make another run over back to Steelport and do another deep slate mining session. So I'm going to go try to grab another double chest or so of deep slate, and hopefully that'll be enough to actually start the progress on these roads. Okay, we got the roads put in, and they look really cool. I really like just, the slopes I made and the gradual sort of curves. I just think it turned out really, really well. I'm really happy with it. So I have all 4 of the major buildings all sort of attached to each other. Now we're going to do some landscaping, and then, eventually there's going to be more buildings here, right? There's definitely going to be more buildings, and then what we'll do is we'll just break into the landscaping and connect the roads up that way. But I think if we do the landscaping now, that's going to make it's just going to make a lot more sense. So what we're going to be doing is doing cliffs from here on up to there, and from here over to there, and just basically cover this entire thing in just straight up smooth stone. You know why? Because look at this mountain. It's all smooth stone with snow on top, right? So that's what we're going to do. We're not even going to texture it really at all. And then we'll come in later when we have the snow and allow the snow layers, and we'll be doing a lot of snow layers and also ice overhangs and all that kind of stuff to really do the texturing for us. So I think that's going to really work. So that means I need to get stone because I don't have very much. I don't think I have very much here at all. I just have a little bit that I've sort of cleared for these road projects here. Do I have any stone here maybe? No. Oh, what? Oh man, I had all this. I never checked in here. I have 3 full shulkers of deep slate that I did not know about. Oh man, I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I check that? Anyway. All right. So anyway, if you did see the long plays that I put up of the road building, well, then the other half of the long plays is going to be this. It's going to be stone placing, and unfortunately, this is like basically all the stone I have. I have a little bit, mostly cobble though. Yeah. So I'll use what we have right now, and then we'll go over to Gabor to our big dig project and continue on. But let's get busy. I did a long play of all this landscaping. Check it out. The castle is no longer hovering. Hooray. It took a while. It took about, probably about 3 hours. I recorded about half of it because it was just a lot of the same exact thing. But we now have a very extremely undetailed landscape here where the castle has been built. Now, any other buildings I build, I'll just landscape the exact same way and it'll just blend in perfectly, and we'll just keep building sort of the mountain up as we continue to build more of the castle. But yeah, things are looking really good. Now, the next step I need a lot of ice. I don't have a place to get ice. I know that I got it once in this world because I have a nether path filled with ice, so, but I don't know. Like, I don't know where it came from, but I'm thinking about stripping out my nether path. I hate my nether path. I think I've talked about this quite a bit. I really despise my nether path. I want to redo it. I want to make it less completely sucky, but we'll do that after 5k days. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go harvest the ice from my nether path right now because it's all the compressed ice, packed ice, and then use it here. Is that okay? I think I'm going to do that. I don't want to strip another landscape. I'm just going to take what I can find, okay? It's time to take a journey. Now, fortunately, back whenever I was looking for all the armor trims, I loaded a whole bunch of chunks only to the east. The east is my exploring area for now. I will not explore north, south, or west because I want to get all the new stuff in 1.21, 1.22, 1.23. That's right, we are here forever. That's the plan. Anyway, I know I've said that before, but seriously, since 1.18 terrain and not a lot is going to change, this is it.
This is it. We're going to build up this world for the rest of time. So I am exploring out to the east because, fortunately, I have a map program. And with this map, this is like Zero's map. It starts with an X. I don't know how you pronounce it exactly. But I see this snowy area here, and I'm hoping that there may be ice spikes, plains or whatever over there where I can get some more ice. I have a whole bunch of compressed ice, but I'm looking for blue ice and I'm looking for regular ice. So I'm going to see if I can find any of that over this direction. So I grabbed a whole bunch of food, a whole bunch of rocks, and I'm off. Oh man, this area is so cool. We're definitely gonna build out here at Summit. Look at these completely frozen ice rivers. It's awesome. Awesome. This island is, oh man, this is really cool. But we are going to be harvesting ice here. Now, one of the things I like to do is I like to try to not destroy the landscape all that much, even though it's going to take a while until this stuff sort of refreezes, because I am not going to have any time spent here, you know, AFK or anything. So I'm gonna have to do that, but I just realized that I made a terrible mistake and I have a absolutely completely broken Silk Touch pickaxe. Yeah, that's bad. So unfortunately, I gotta fly the entire way back and repair my pickaxe before I can actually harvest any of this ice. So, well, that stinks. But at least we know we have some ice over here. So here's the game plan, the rough game plan anyway. I have these four things. I have regular ice, you know, packed ice, blue ice, and snow blocks. And what I'm going to be making is I'm going to be making big sort of swaths of these things. And I'm just going to throw on the shuffle mode for my app, which is absolutely awesome and clutch. And I'm just going to place these pretty darn randomly all over the place. Now, I know that I'm going to be doing snow layers in time, but I want this to be, you know, like show like, oh, there was a big ice runoff here, right? So if you look at something like that, now minus the snow layers aren't there yet, but if you look at that right to start with, that's not bad. And then what we could even do is we could even bring in some like sort of going into the grass right there. And now I'll just make sure I only snow layer up here. I don't want to block that, especially that's a blue ice and that's really expensive and takes a long time to get. But okay, so now we have this, and then what we'll do is we'll just do little ice piles sort of around here. Like maybe they've shoved off the ice, and that's going to look even better once I get the official like snow layers put in. It's okay. So I'm going to do a lot of these, like a lot, like all over the place. And some of these areas down here have like really big cliffs. So I'm going to be able to do some really nice sort of danglers down here. That's such a B-dubs term. Little ice danglers over here, and just make it look like awesome. It's just going to be so epic. It's going to change this entire world, change this entire area of the world. I think you're going to love it. Got a whole bunch of icicles all put in. I think it looks pretty good. I did some hangers up there. I might do more, but I don't want to overkill it, so I'm going to sort of wait and see how it feels. I think there's enough that shows you, oh, there's some ice here from a winter storm, but not totally covered in ice. This isn't an ice palace after all. So, yeah, and lots of hangers coming off the cliff. I just figured that would be a little better. It looks like one melted over there. Just take care of that guy. But the next thing I need to do is I grabbed a bunch of snow, and I need to oh, it's that guy up there. That's more painful. So we'll go up here and do this. But grabbed a bunch of snow, and I need to cover up all of these pathways with snow. Now, not the actual deep slate pathways, but the sort of paths next to it. Apparently there is a lantern oh yeah, there's a lantern directly right beside where I placed regular ice. That's fine. That's easy fix. Okay, so what we're gonna do is not like here, these will all be snow layers, but like down here, a lot of these can be just sort of like a block of ice. I think that's just gonna give that little bit. And I'm gonna do kind of like what I often do with grass. I'm gonna do like a little bit of snow hangers coming off here. And then later, over top of these, we'll put in some snow layers just to bring in some even more texture. But I think this is gonna look really good. So let's just do one sorted together here and see. And actually, I could do a couple blocks here, because maybe there's like a big heap of snow right there that they cleared off the pathway, right? So if we come out here and take a look, it will be, yeah, that'll be fine. So we're gonna do that basically thing all around this entire area. And oh man, I'm gonna have to repair my non-Silk Touch shovel because it's gonna get a workout.
good deal of time doing snow layers, and we're just about done. I keep finding spaces. Every time I think I'm done, I keep finding little spaces like this that aren't, but I'm just covering up all the stone and just making this look like snow has been sort of swept aside off the road. I have some places where it encroaches on the road a little bit, and some places where it's sort of taken away. But yeah, I think it works pretty darn well. Just have some snow piles set up, some ice piles set up, some icicles where water was once flowing and just froze over probably just forever, basically. Look at that, I just keep finding more. Man, I have really gone crazy with that snow golem. I put just to harvest a lot of these snow layers and snowballs for building blocks and all that kind of stuff. But we're at a good place here. I think I feel pretty solid about the landscaping bit. I think now it's finally time to get back into some building, because there are a couple more building little things I want to do, namely right over there. Now this building over here, this is the student dining hall, and what I want to do with this student dining hall is make a little bit of an outdoor seating area, because this view is just so spectacular. Even that side over there, this side over here, you can see basically the beginnings of New Hope and just these awesome mountains, and this side over here is actually another really nice view of an upcoming build, which you all do not know about yet. But eventually what we're going to do is we are going to be wrapping at New Hope the entire way around over here as another phase of a build. So this is going to have a nice overlook of slightly different city, but more city over there. Oh, pumpkins up there. So what I want to do first thing is I'm going to put down some dark oak flooring and some seating and figure out a way to get into this little outdoor seating area, because maybe we'll have to have some fires, because it does look like it might be a little bit chilly. Well, and with that, we have our little outdoor seating area. I went with soul lanterns here and just birch, just to give something a little bit brighter. The one thing that I did forget is I changed the sort of layout of this on the side, so I just got to replace this with some dark oak. Other than that, I think that this seating area is cool. Now, there's another area in here that I want to address next, and that is the area of inside. I returned back to New Hope. I mean, it's just barely down the mountain. Barely counts as returning, because I got all these villagers in here. And what I want to get is I want to get a bunch of bookcases. So hopefully, maybe, do I have any emeralds on hand? I don't have any emeralds, but I have 12 emeralds, I guess. I guess I have a few emeralds. Let me see. What's the deal with some of these? I don't know how many of these are like cured all the way. Like, that's 4. I think I can do better, right? For bookcases, better than 4? Shouldn't it be 1? There's 1. Okay. So now that's 12. So what we can do now is we can do the old trick. Since I've cured these guys a few times, I can do the old trick of turning these into books and then trading the books and getting more emeralds, and then trading the emeralds and getting more bookcases, right? For this inside area, this is a school. It's supposed to be my university. So I decided to have some little areas here where they can kind of eat, have some meals, maybe study, all that kind of stuff, and really set up in a very sort of formal environment. And then outside, more in these areas over sort of here, this would be more of like the, gather together and just talk and chat and whatever, all that kind of stuff. This is not studying, but I think it works okay. So there are a lot more areas to go here, but I need to kind of take a look around and get my priorities in order, because we're getting really close to halfway through this 100-day period of rehabbing my Frostmire castle, and I need to get just a good plan of how to spend sort of the next 50 days. Before I decide on exactly what I want to do, my storage is getting absolutely, completely jam-packed and cluttered up there, because I'd never really built a good Frostmire Castle storage room. So, with that all being said, I need to make a few return trips back down here to one of my main storages in this world. I have several, but Frostmire Castle is just not one of them. This is probably my old main storage, and then my new main storage is Steelport, which honestly is just equidistant away from Frostmire Castle. But what I want to do once I get just some space cleared out here is I want to use these soul campfires to create a lot of fires near the path. I'm going to start with 18. I don't know if that's enough. I kind of doubt it is enough, but that's what we're going to start with anyway and go from there. I don't exactly know the mechanics of smoke in this game. I feel like I probably should, but I do not. So I'm gonna, because I placed the snow here manually, I don't think it will melt, but I don't actually know if that's the case. And this is kind of what I'm thinking, just so your very incredibly standard sort of fire here. And I think it's gonna look really nice with that blue and the smoke. Just as you go up the path, I'm just gonna just put them around. Now I don't want to put it over here because I want that to melt. So we'll have to be really cautious about what side of the road we put it on to get it, make sure that it's in a good place. Like, for example, that's a a problem. We're gonna address that with snow blocks probably, most likely, because like I don't love seeing that there. I think that just like a little bit of a layer of snow, because even though there's a campfire here, it's just so cold that I think there would still be some snow. I don't think it would actually in real life melt all this snow. So maybe we won't layer it up next to it, but at least one down sort of on the base level. I decided on a little bit more lighting around here just to make it really look like it's being built up by people. And yeah, came up with this sort of a simple street light design. I think it looks quite nice. Definitely using the soul campfire or soul lantern. Yeah, it looks really, really good. Just goes in perfectly with the snow and all that kind of stuff. And this place is really starting to come together. It's really starting to feel like an actual kingdom. It's inhabited already. Yeah, so this is going to be awesome. So we still have some more work to do. However, and that's probably going to be work on a path to come up here. We're already on day 47, and I got to get moving here. So I want to build a path. I'm thinking maybe this area right here might be a nice sort of gradual way to get up here from the main road, because obviously there has to be a way to get up here. So let me work that out and figure out exactly where to put it, and then we'll check in.
Whoa.
Terry, we need to talk.
Who? Wait, is this a dream?
Well, you are sleeping, but it is quite real.
Oracle, I understood you could appear on my island. Why come to me in a dream?
I can form my physical self there, but for this conversation, I thought Bob might be helpful.
Oh? What's going on?
There is a certain planet called Fixtopia, and they have a problem. You may be able to help.
I'm just going to guess zombies.
Indeed, it is.
The Inquisitors have unleashed the zombie plague on countless planets, but this one is special.
Why? I don't understand.
The artificial intelligence we told you of, Cal, is coming to destroy Fixtopia.
Well then, it sounds like zombies won't be an issue for them for long.
No, Terry, you don't understand. Cal is coming, but thanks to some time travel shenanigans, they know exactly when. We believe they have a chance of stopping him.
So where do I come in?
I can see every planet in the universe, and you are the only person to have figured out a cure for this plague. If you can help them cure it, they may have the time they need to build the defenses and defeat Cal.
Okay, I understand. I cured it once. Go ahead.
Go ahead, and what?
Send me there?
I cannot. It is the one planet that I cannot see.
Naturally. Why?
I intervened once. I thought I could save them from the zombies, and I did for a time. But now they face not a horde, but a sickness from within. People are getting sick and changing.
As well, payment for intervening, the Oracle lost the ability to see Fixtopia. However, we do have a way to communicate through a powerful mage living there.
A mage? Wow. My life just keeps getting more interesting.
If you could tell us how to cure it, I believe I can communicate that to Edwin.
It's extremely technical and...
You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
It's not like that. I would need to be there to experiment on the people myself. If you can't send me there, I just don't know how it could work.
Then they truly are on their own.
Actually, there may be a way.
I need to make some more lanterns as we go down this path, but the path itself looks pretty darn nice. It winds around, comes up the mountain. I did some icebergs, some big snow layers, all that kind of stuff. So what we'll do is we'll just find some areas that are not too close to ice, because these lanterns might melt it. Like maybe this should probably be good. And then we'll just do our thing where we build up these
walls. Man, I cannot. It's so painful to get up on these. Okay, anyway, I'll do this. And now... Well, that's all lit up and looks very nice. A nice lit up path to come the whole way up from that farmland and from New Hope up to here. So now my world is actually officially completely connected by roads. The only thing that technically is not connected yet is the end portal, and that is really far. Do you want to see how far it is? Let me show you where the end portal is. So you can see from the map, this is New Hope down in this area, and then you follow this new road right up there to Frostmire Castle. This is a tunnel. I would like to actually bring a road from Frostmire Castle down to Steelport, but we'll probably do that at a later date, probably after the 5,000 day block break, because that's not a priority right now. Right now, more of a priority is beautifying what we have here. I don't think we're probably going to add that much to it. I think we just want to make what we have really, really nice. And one of the things that I want to beautify is this area right in here. So this area is just nothing. I built this because I wanted this big open area, but I never had a great plan on exactly what to do. And I think maybe one of the things that we could do is actually a little bit of a garden area in here just to make this nice. I mean, this is not a place where people are going to come to really do anything. If you want to get up, you're going to come up through, if you want to get up there, rather, you're going to come up through here. And I think what we might do is do some sort of just spiral staircases in maybe these two pillars. I think that could be cool because right now there's no way to get up there. In fact, there's actually nothing up there. Like if you actually look up here, there actually is nothing. It's just all completely open. Like you can fly straight up, which I think is cool. It's a cool effect for sure. But you can fly straight up the entire way up to the roof, which is cool. But other than these little tiny platforms, which has no way to get up to, there's no way to get here. So, well, I do want to actually work on and make sure that there's a way to actually get up to all these little areas, because that would be weird if there's rooms and, you know. So, but first, let's work on this area down here first. Let's work on making this a nice little park, just so, you know, the students will have a place to come and read and study that's, you know, at least not in snow, if not still cold outside, right? I got this little garden area made up, and I think it looks pretty darn nice. Yeah, you know, it's just simple. I just put a couple little custom trees here, and then all the different flowers that I could think of, just 8 of them out here on the outside. Mixed up the lights. I thought this would look kind of nicer on the inside, this on the outside. I don't know if I love it or not, the different lights. I think it just adds a little bit of interest, but I may end up redoing this because I don't love how it's just sitting on top of that post, but I just wanted to get some lighting in just so this place wasn't an absolute mob farm. So the next thing I want to do is I actually want to get a way up here to the top. Now, we talked about this before. I think what I'm going to do is a spiral staircase and then make a path from this tower to all the other towers. I might do 2, but at least let's start with 1. Oh, look, you can see the balloon over there in New Hope. That's really cool. I love how close everything is in this world. It really helps to just make it just feel so much more immersive. I've been working on a way up and down. I just loaded in, so the world is still sort of rendering, so you might notice a little bit of lag here for a second. But yeah, I now have officially ways up and down through this entire tower. Some of them aren't quite as smooth as others, but it works at least, and I'll probably come back and sort of work more on this later. But I did just want a way that you could just get up, and like you can see, you know, it's okay. There's a fast express elevator over here, or there's the stairs that we worked out earlier over here, which are not all that interesting to go around, but they do go the entire way down, using some soul lanterns to keep the light nice and not super dark. But it works, you know, it's fine. It gets the point accomplished to be able to actually get up and down without an elytra. Now with about 39 days left, I need to really start focusing on sort of what is the function of this place. So now I have a school over in Steelport, but this isn't a school. This is a university. And the reason why it's up here, is a skeleton attack. The reason why it's up here is to keep people basically safe from any roaming bandits or attacks or anything like that. I was going to do walls, but to be totally honest, when I look at this place, like from sort of coming up here, it would be really hard to attack here. I don't think they necessarily need walls. I think these sort of natural cliffs, quote unquote natural cliffs that I made, are probably going to accomplish that without really a lot more help from me. Now, if I want to leave the buildings as is, which is my 4 main structures, I'm going to add more down the road, but for right now, I think I'm good on that. This room not a lot of learning can take place. In fact, not only can't a lot of learning take place, but you can't even get up there, and that's sort of the point of this, is to be able to get up to other areas. So I think what we're going to do is start with some stairs and get up, have a way to at least get from level up to level. And yeah, it's not going to work. I'm going to have to sort of put a turn in there. That's okay. We'll work this out. Well, despite what you see right now and all this cold, icy goodness, I am now officially moved. I'm recording this very first clip from my new place. Me and my boys have relocated now, and I've been doing some work and not recording. And the reason why is it is hot. It is so hot in this house. This house does not have central air. That's something I plan to rectify next summer, but I really need to wait until next summer to do it. I gotta nurse this through until sort of I get on my feet and all that kind of stuff. So there's no central air. Now we do have a couple air conditioners in the boys' rooms, just to, for them at night and all that kind of stuff, because it is hot and just stuffy, and I'm not used to not having air. I have fans. Fans are cool. However, fans don't help when you're trying to record. There's this constant and it's just not great. I actually tried a noise gate, noise suppression. Yeah, no dice. The fan is not going to work for recording. Now, what I can do is I can still record sort of like clips, like quieter clips, short clips with the fan off, and then just turn it right back on as soon as I'm done. So I can do that. The other way I can record from this place is record all the footage without my mic and then do the audio later. And I did a lot of videos that way. I haven't been doing it that way recently, but that's certainly a possibility. And then maybe just at nighttime, like when my kids are sleeping and it's cooler outside, I could just like record all the voiceovers then. So there are going to be ways forward, and we're going to get to it. However, I've been working a lot. I've been working on some of the interiors of this place, and they're not great. They're not really great, but I'm not known for my interiors, and I'm just right now just trying to put up walls and stuff so it's not just giant, big, open, cavernous rooms, and Look, interiors are not my thing. They're not my thing. I'm working on it. I'm trying to do something that's a little better. But regardless of that, I'm going to continue working here, and I'm going to show you what I came up with while I just sweat. I just sit here at Minecraft and sweat. That's what we do. Deal of time has passed since the last clip. It's actually officially day 90 of this block right now, and I have been working on this tunnel. So I get the castle to a place where I'm reasonably happy with it. I don't really have enough time or gumption right now to add an entire another building, so I think it looks cool. It's it's done as far as having added in roads and connecting tissue and even interiors to basically all of it. So I think we're good right there. Now the next thing, and okay, these guys are just constant. The next thing I want to do is I want to work on this tunnel, because this tunnel connects New Hope to Steelport, and it's always been sort of an eyesore. Not even sort of an eyesore. It's been an absolute distinct eyesore, and that's something I need to fix. So I'm at least enclosing the tunnel for right now, just to stop this cascade of mobs from falling down. You can see this big, open, empty, naturally generated cave here is just a mob factory. So I am taking care of that. The other thing I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to figure out exactly what I want to do with connecting these lights. And I'm probably going to have to deal with that in a minute. Because right now they're floating, they're down a whole block, and the reason is because they have levers on them to light them up. So I'm gonna have to work on that in a second here. Oh, and once again, I am out of Deep Slate. I can't even believe it. I just can't. I'm constantly out of Deep Slate. But I have been working on just a little bit of design for a very simple tunnel entrance. I think that probably fits the bill nicely, just using kind of a design made of Deep Slate and some basalt. But I gotta go mining and get some more Deep Slate for the other side of the tunnel, because right now it is very half done and I'm running out of days. I only have about 5 days left here. Well, we are officially at day 100, day 4,800, actually 4,799. I want to start the next episode on day
5,800. But I think we're in a great place. Frostmire Castle feels very complete. It just feels good. It feels like you can imagine students are going to be walking, scurrying between classes and all that kind of stuff down here. It feels so imposing. I mean, the scale and the majesty of this place, I think, really, really work. Now, yeah, I'm going to add more buildings. So it's not, quote, done, unquote, but it's, I think, in a place where each building is at least done for itself. And then as we add more buildings, we'll just sort of follow the pattern and the ideas that we have laid out here today. The other thing I did is I finally finished this tunnel area here. So now when you are going in between New Hope and Steelport, there's an actual tunnel. Hey, look, I found a reason to use magenta glazed terracotta. Pretty cool, right? Telling people which way to go, because, you know, people are still learning how to stay on their side of the street and all that with their cart, their horse and buggy, or whatever they're using for transportation here in this world. I think it looks really, really, really nice. Over here is a little bit of a different idea, but same basic gist. Yeah, I mean, the tunnel looks good. There's one area that I think I'm going to expand later on. There's an area here that goes into, I want to say it's a dripstone cave, where there's actually quite a bit of dripstone. I think it's where it's right over here. So I'm going to wait and save that, maybe make this into like some sort of access point or something like that later on, because I think that could be actually really useful for some things down the road, but not right now. Right now, we'll just leave it there. I left this marker here, the sea lantern, so when I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, there's that thing I gotta work out in the future. This granite has got to go. That doesn't belong there. Okay. All right. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you so much for spending part of your day with me. I really do appreciate it. Let's get to the question or comment of the day. Blitz King says up on Discord, does anyone think Steelport should have a sewage system beneath it? I really don't like thinking how the whole place is being held in place by nothing but a thin layer of dirt. Yeah, that's me. Sure, we could use our imagination ignoring what's actually going on, but I think it'd be interesting, albeit understandably time-consuming project to undertake with not that much gain. Presumably anything truly meaningful would come from about side projects relating to it, such as, I don't know, pirates setting up a secret outpost on. That's a brilliant idea, and something I've been thinking about for some time. I really want to spend a big portion of the next block of the next second half of this 10,000 day period working on Steelport and the guts of Steelport, which would include power, sewage lines, shipping, maybe an airport, all that kind of stuff as we sort of progress in time. So yeah, that is absolutely going to happen after the 5,000 day movie. Not yet, but soon. It's coming. That's a great comment, and I'll keep it in mind for the next block after the movie. Thanks so much for watching and spending part of your day with me. I really do appreciate it. Look at this world. Is this thing beautiful or what? I'm loving it. I hope you are as well, and we'll see you all next time, right here from Survival with Fix. Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Survival with Fix. Here we are back in Steelport. This is going to be a little bit of a weird episode. It's kind of the last episode of this block, even though we still have 200 days. It's officially day 4,800 right now. But the last 100 days is going to be a very special video that I have been planning for a very long time, where I'm going to be sort of revamping my supporters' kingdom that they have built over on my supporters' realm and bringing it into this world. So I only have 100 days left before the 5,000 day movie, and that all being said, I have a lot of little projects to do, and one of them that's actually not that little, but I need to do it, is another office building, because I have had these two farms right over here exposed for a very, very long time, and I want to cover them with the building. They're the last sort of just exposed farms in this entire world. Honestly, Steelport is going to be something that we work on for the next 5,000 days for sure. This is a very, very long-term kingdom, but these farms being exposed are just kind of ridiculous. So I'm going to be putting a building that's going to take up this entire footprint, that's going to sort of mold itself around and take up all of that space, and really makes the Axium, the city hall over there to the right, really just fit in and just feel like it's nestled right in the city and not sort of a long way off. Next thing I need to do is head over to my ink farm and pick up a whole bunch of ink. The downside is I don't think I have any ink saved up, so I'm actually going to stop by a couple of my other storage areas nearby just in case I happen to have some ink there, because I don't want to spend any time AFKing. I really am running out of time in this block before I run out of time. I'm running out of time before I run out of time. You know what I mean?
Okay, not bad. I have a decent amount of ink saved up here. I'm just going to go ahead and take all of it and use it over back at Steelport. Yeah, I've done a lot. So I am starting on a rooftop pool, and the reason why I'm starting that is because I did a long live stream earlier today where we actually built, well, most of the building. So I decided to not go quite as high as I was originally anticipating going. And that's because I want to be able to see the Axium, see the city hall here. I don't want this building to tower over since they're like right next door. So I think it looks really nice. And then I was encouraged on chat to say, hey, for the roof, instead of just do a roof, why don't you do a rooftop pool? And I thought that's a cool idea. So I'm going to. And yeah, so I came up with this using the light blue glazed terracotta, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do regular blue glazed terracotta, I think, although that quartz does look pretty darn nice. I might just do the quartz, actually. It's just so shiny and looks so good. And then we're just going to do this along here for the pool, around probably 2 blocks deep. I think that probably makes most sense. I don't need like a deep end and stuff like that. I think we'll just go like this and then put in some grass and make a little park area and all that kind of stuff. Eventually I'll figure out how to actually get up here, but we'll have to have some sort of like, I don't know, like building or something where the stairwell would actually come up, and we'll see if we end up doing an interior or not, but that would be the idea anyway. Quite a bit more building over here in Steelport, and one of the things that I really like is the top of this building. So we talked about doing a swimming pool and a park, and yeah, so we have the grass all filled in, the beautiful swimming pool. Man, I mean, using the glazed terracotta down there is such a good idea, and then using a quartz on the side. I was going to use more terracotta here, but I think the quartz just really makes it pop. Now, one of the things that we have to absolutely do is grab these bones, is come over here, and we're gonna make a little bit of a building where sort of you would come up from, let's say, the elevator or the stairs. And I'm thinking about this big, probably something like that. I think that'll look really nice. And I have that, and I have brick and granite. I think we're gonna do sort of a combination of brick and granite up here with the quartz. This should just really make this whole thing just look really nice. Then we'll have a walkway that goes out and little eating gazebo up here, and then we'll just plant some nice trees and shrubbery and just make the whole thing look really inviting. I think it's a great idea.
Bob, I've been thinking about this cow situation.
Oh, I've spent a good deal of time considering it as well.
I believe Steve Teppick has a chance to defeat him, but he's not coming for another 14 years of his time.
That time will go by quickly for him, and they haven't even made it to space yet.
Edwin told me there was an android, Hank.
Hank is working on a space station, but Steve's people have no way to actually get there yet. If you only had the power to teleport them.
There's just no way for me to see Fixtopia.
Actually, what if there was a way to help the other people? Tell me, how many planets could Cal destroy in these next 14 years?
Oh, hundreds perhaps. He seems to be speeding up his attacks.
Could you teleport people from these planets before he destroys them?
I could. But if I use my power, those planets would be close to me forever.
There won't be anything left to see after Cal's armada arrives. How many people could you teleport?
Perhaps one kingdom? But where would I put them?
Well, we can't use Fixtopia. We can't risk Cal noticing it early.
There may be a place. There is a star that was ejected from its galaxy a very long time ago. It has a planet circling that could work.
Could Cal find it?
Doubtful. It's far, far away from any galaxy. Even if he found that one star, he would have to travel there with his armada. It would take a very, very long time.
How do we start?
We would need a group of people, architects, to build this new world. When I teleport people, I will wait until the absolute moment of their destruction to bring them into this new world. To make them transition, these architects could build a replica of their kingdom in this new realm.
Well, what should we call it?
How about the realm of Vastin?
I like it. Let us start.
That. I think that looks pretty darn nice. Steelport 2. Why 2? I don't know. That's just the business that runs this little thing. I got these little pipes going up there just to add a little bit of detail. And yeah, it's looking pretty darn nice. So the other thing I need to do is I need to make an actual entrance into this place, because you do actually have to get in here. This is one of the more functional buildings. So I would like to make this part. Now it's right just due to where I put it, and I am not going to rebuild it. But just due to where I put it, it is kind of like right at the front of the building. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to do a door, maybe a couple doors right here in the middle. You can come in here and get all your stuff. But I think we could at least replace the grass here. I think this doesn't need to be exactly like this. So let's replace the grass. I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe just like rows of basalt. I think that could be fine, right? Like we'll just come right across here and just make this look like a very industrial sort of thing. I think, yeah, that'll look good. I've been working on a little bit more detailing here, trying to figure out exactly how best to do this. And I think these little insets are going to be really, really nice. So what I want to do is one is going to be a newsstand, which I've got as a sort of suggestion a couple different times. I think that was such a good suggestion that we're definitely going to do it. So I think just like a little smattering of these, and then what I'll do is I'll put in random books, sort of in different places. Something like that for a little newsstand I think could work. Like I think you would walk right up and sort of take what you want and then just pay the guy who'd just be standing here. He wouldn't have like a booth inside or anything like that. And then what we'll do is I got some of these frog lights, which are so beautiful. And well, let's see, I don't know if there's a middle. I didn't count these out. There's not a middle, so I think we'll just go with those two. Yeah, that gives some atmosphere. I like that a lot. Okay, so that'll be one of the stands, and then what we'll do over here is we'll just take off this canopy, and I'm just going to add in, or rather I'm going to add in a canopy. So we'll go, let's just go every other. I think that could be nice. Something like this, and then something down here, something like that, right? So we'll do that with these two colors, and then I'll do another one over there, and that'll be for, I think, cocoa beans. Because actually I need a cocoa bean, and I'll eventually do a big cocoa bean farm, but for right now, honestly, I think that I can just sort of have this like this. Should I just do it like that? Let's see if I can find, is there, could we go, we'd have to go here and here. I think that's okay. And we could even just cap that off kind of like that. And then I'll just put in the cocoa beans, kind of like, I don't want to put them every block, because this, I have more brown, what's it called, brown dye than I'm probably like ever gonna need in my entire life ever. So we'll just do a few just to sort of show what they sell there. I think that's kind of nice. Then we'll just do the same thing again with the lights. Yeah, this is gonna look really, really good. I added in some more detail around here, just some simple stuff, some windows. I am really struggling with this one over here. I'm going to get to that in just a second, but I do want to show you over here what this turned out looking like. And yeah, it really starting to add some atmosphere. I really like the lighting, that whole thing. Just a couple little windows, not a lot. I think it's probably the right amount. These chests have got to go. They've been there for a really long time right now. But yeah, I think this is okay. I think what we'll do right here, since there's grass right here, is just put in a couple little trees. Just something to sort of block up this, since it's just a blob of diorite. But let's go over here and take a look at this. We'll fly up here to the top of the Axium here and look down on the old masonry factory. And if you look at it right now, it is pretty blah. It's pretty blah. And I kind of hate to just add in more windows. I feel like I've done that a lot, but every picture of IRL cities from 1900s is just windows everywhere, because you want to see outside. And I think that's the only thing that I can really come up with that's going to like fit in. Like over on this side, I don't think there's a big need. I don't mind a few sides of buildings being plain, but the front of it is just so big. Around here, I wrapped around a little alleyway, a little sidewalk where you can walk back here and get to the fire escape or whatever. This area here, I was gonna do originally sidewalk, but I was looking at it, I was like, I could actually just do a small little building right here. So I'm gonna be doing that for sure. And let's go check out what this Wandering Trader. Do you have Nautilus shells, mate? You do have Nautilus shells. Okay, I gotta go buy those. I realize that I have a serious emerald shortage here in my little area, and so, oh yeah, I forgot I have a zombie who's holding a block there, so he'll stay there forever. So yeah, so I can actually trade in emeralds right here, or rather stone for emeralds, very quickly, and then I should be able to go buy those beautiful nautilus shells, which are kind of hard to come by, I find anyway. Like, I wish that, I wish they weren't, but you know, I want to have the ability to make a couple conduits. Whether I end up using it or not, I would just like to have that. So stone is pretty easy to come by, and I've gotten these guys down to 5 stone. I would like to probably spend some time curing them like one more time, but I think that's an okay start. I just, you know, I would like it to get down to 1 stone per trade. I don't really know why exactly I want 1 stone per trade, but it'd be nice to have that anyway. So let's go find this wandering trader. Oh, hello. Give me all of your nautilus shells. 5. That's it. That's all you got. 5. Do you have anything else good? Nah, you don't. All right. You know, is that pufferfish worth anything? Like, you can use those, I know, for redstone triggers and stuff, but I mean, let's face it, I'm not going to do that. Okay, that's fine. Let's get on with building. Well, as of the time that I'm recording this, we just got news that the next snapshot is finally out for 1.20.2, and it is changing things quite a bit with villagers. Oh my goodness, what? Villagers, yeah, they're nerfing them. They're nerfing them hard. The days of repeatedly infecting and curing a villager to get down to your absolute ideal situation here, yeah, those are over. So you only get to cure villagers 1 time now to get the big discount. So I'm looking at these guys, and they're okay. They're 5, right? I would like them to be 1. 1 stone for emeralds, and I also to get books, to get librarian books, that's been changed too. Now it's cool. I like the change, but I'm gonna exploit the way it is right now before I get that change. So the way that it's going to be in upcoming 1.20.2 is going to be that villagers are going to be biome specific for what books they have. Which means if you want to get like Unbreaking 3, you're going to have specifically a jungle villager, you know, and there aren't jungle villagers, so that's going to require you to sort of make a breeder inside the jungle and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's not going to be that hard, but I already have access to all those books, and I would like to really take advantage of them. So this episode just took a hard left turn where we are moving from building into villager stuff. So let's take a look down here and see what we got. Oh boy, we got to do some serious brewing here. I'm going to get started on making some potions of weakness, and we're going to start infecting those villagers because I want to get all of my trades absolutely maxed out and see what other trades I need to get before 1.20.2. I got all my villagers all converted. I only had to convert them 1 more time, thankfully. You know, I mean, not that it's that expensive or anything at this point in this world, because I have basically all the sugar and spider eyes and all that kind of stuff that you could want, but I have a lot more curing to go, so I am going to take some time and make sure I kill some spiders and stuff, because I've been trashing spider eyes like crazy, and I just want to make sure I have enough to make all the potions I need. But we are down to 1 stone for emerald trades now, so this is going to be a great emerald factory since I have, you know, beacons everywhere, and getting stone is not a problem. So if I just go through here, what I want to do is 1 time I want to trade all this, you know, all the trades I can and just see. I mean, I could probably do the math pretty quickly here because I think I get 12 per, and I think I have I think I have 12. I think I have 12 villagers. So what, 140? I should get 144 emeralds for 144 stone. That's not bad at all. Like, I'll take that trade for sure. I could also trade like diorite, but diorite's kind of hard to come by, and I use it a lot to build I mean, I guess whatever. It's not hard to come by, but it's time consuming because you end up mining a lot of other stuff whenever you're trying to mine diorite. So I hate to use that. But I have another plan for villagers, and I think what we're going to come into right now with this new sort of update that I did not see coming at all, I think I'm going to end this episode coming up here in just a few minutes. Look at that. Look at all those emeralds. Look at that. That's pretty awesome. 4.5 stacks for just that little stone. So I'm going to end this episode after the question and comment of the day because I think I'm going to do a whole villager episode next time because, man, I want to get all this stuff done before the next update comes out. And I am planning a little bit of a break from this world coming up soon to do that movie. So let's get to the question or comment of the day. I am actually going to do 2 comments because there's 2 things I want to talk about here. So Andrew Castro says, if Minecraft went by real days, it would mean that the main character had lived in that world for over 13 years. Yeah, can you believe that? 13 years Steve Tepek's been in this world, and look what he's built. I mean, it almost feels like real time. It almost feels like he could have actually built, I mean, with the help of the people in this world, all this stuff in 13 years. It's pretty cool. Really cool. I really, really like that. And then also, Hawksengon910 says, can you do a whole vid with all your builds in the world? Yeah, you know what I'm going to be doing is after I get to 5,000 days, because there will be a break in videos for a little while, I'm going to be doing tour videos. Probably quite a few. I might actually do a tour video, like a separate one for each kingdom, something like that. I think that could actually work really well. But I'm going to wrap up this episode right here, and then we're going to come back next episode. I didn't think I'd be splitting this in 2, but man, you know, it changes. Stuff changes. And I'm going to be doing a whole villager episode of getting set for the future, and I think I know exactly where I'm going to put the villagers, but if you think you know where I'm going to put my villagers, you got to leave in a comment down below, okay? Winner gets to be featured as a commenter of the day in the next video. So if you think you know which kingdom or where I'm going to be putting my giant, enormous villager trading situation, you got to let me know in the comments down below, okay? Love y'all. See y'all next time. Bye, everybody.